Chào anh. We shall start in another 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. I think, sir, we can start now, sir. Or YouTube link is also been created.
Shall we start, sir? Hello.
Sir, you can start.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I'm Ms. Sonali Nirankari. On behalf of School of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Sanjay Godawat University welcomes you, Honorable Mr. Sanjay Godawat, President of SGU, Honorable Mr. Shrenik Godawat, Secretary of SGU, Mr. Vinayak Bosle, Trustee of SGU, Professor Dr. Matan Tilsang, Vice Chancellor of SGU, Dr. N.K. Patil, Registrar of SGU, Dr. V.V. Kulkarni, Director, Research and Innovation Cell of SGU, Dr. S.D. Ambaude, Dean, School of Pharmaceutical Sciences, principals, faculties, students, and all the dear participants for this 2 days international workshop on research methodology in drug discovery and life sciences. Now, I request Dr. S.D. Ambare, sir, to address today's program. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Good morning, all. So, with the due respect of the President of Sanjay Godawat University, Honorable Sanjay Godawat, sir, Vice President, Honorable Nita Godawat, madam, Secretary, Honorable Shrenik Godawat, sir, Trustee, Honorable Vinayakji Bhosle, sir, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, M.T. Telsang, sir, Registrar N.K. Patil, sir, and motivation behind this program, our R&D Director, Dr. V.V. Kulkarni, sir, all distinguished speakers, respected principals, organizing team, faculty of Sanjay Godawat University, and all participants of today's workshop. This is a great privilege for me to introduce about today's program on the workshop on research methodology in drug discovery and life sciences. I will just brief you about the background of organizing this workshop. So at School of Pharmaceutical Science in Sanjay Godawat University was started in 2019. We are running diploma in pharmacy and bachelor's in pharmacy and PhD in pharmaceutical sciences. As our Honorable VC sir always says that research should start at a UG level. One should not wait for the entry in a PG to do the research. With his motivation, we have started research group in our school and many students enthusiastically participated in this group. A student have the research ideas, but they don't know about the formal requirement of research. To introduce them to the research, we have conducted the national level workshop on fundamentals of research in the last month. Considering the next step of research, we feel that every researcher should know about the methodologies and current happenings in their respective fields. So keeping this view in the mind, we have organized this workshop. I hope this workshop will lead you on the glorious path of research and introduce you to the research methods in the drug discovery, specifically in the drug formulations, development of vaccines, nanomedicines, computational pharmaceutics, and the various industrial requirements regarding the research. And you all will also have the chance to discuss your queries regarding the research and also regarding the opportunities for research in foreign universities. The speakers for today's session are Dr. Deepak Dubal from Queensland University, Australia, Dr. Doa Ahmad from Future University in Egypt, Dr. Viswajit Ghorpade from Sanjay Godavat University. For a student discussion panel, Saurabh Pise from the University of Adelaide, Australia, and Masumesh Najarabi from the University of Kasan, Iran. Tomorrow, there will be the lectures from the Viswajit Khoth from the D.Y. Patil University, Dr. Chandrasekhar Raut from the D.Y. Patil University. He was a ex-scientist in ICMR labs. He has developed the various vaccines. So he will give the introduction about vaccines. Dr. Vandana Patrawale madam from ICT and Himesh Botre from industry McLeod. With this brief introduction about the program, I would like to welcome or I would like to invite our Honorable VC Sir to formally inaugurate the workshop and address the auspicious gathering. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Very good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, a very good morning. Distinguished invited speakers, the President of the University, Sanjay Ji Ghodawat, Trustee, Vinayak Bhosle Ji, and all the University office bearers, Registrar, the Dean of Pharmacy School, and all the faculty members and the participants. Once again, a warm welcome to each one of you for this two-day international workshop on research methodology in drug discovery and life sciences. It is a moment of pride for our university that the youngest school of our university is organizing this program, and I take this opportunity to congratulate the Dean and the entire organizers of this program. Just I will take a minute to brief about our university. SGU is established in the year 2017 with a vision of developing globally competent graduates and postgraduates under the leadership of Sanjay Ji Ghodawat as a president. Within a short span of 4 years, the university is able to carve a niche for itself as an university of the future. It has a world-class campus with a state-of-the-art infrastructure for imparting quality education. It is a qualified and dedicated and committed faculty, laboratory and research facilities, and a good ambience for learning. All these will make the first choice of students for pursuing their education at the Sanjay Ghodawat University. The university has adopted the outcome-based education approach, which is student-centric and focused on what the students will be able to do at the end of the program or at the end of the course, rather than just getting a mark sheet or passing the examination. The focus is on imbibing knowledge, skills, and attitudes to make them employable or employed. The experiential learning philosophy which we have adopted has given us an opportunity to connect with the industries, so that apart from the classroom training, the students, am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Yes.
You are audible, sir. No problem.
Yeah. The students will be able to get the best practical training through internships and projects at industries, and also the schools have developed a good connect with industries to give them a very good exposure from all the aspects of practicing aspects. SGU operates with the concept of schools. Each school is an independent unit to offer programs headed by the dean. We have now School of Technology, which offers program in 6 engineering bachelor's programs leading to BTech, MTech, as well as the PhD programs. We have got the School of Liberal Arts, School of Commerce and Management, which offers bachelor's program, BBA, MBA, as well as the BCom program, School of Science, School of Pharmacy, the School of Architecture, and a School of Computer Applications. We have currently for the year 2021 the student strength close to 3,000. The university has taken human efforts for uninterrupted learning of students during this pandemic since last March 2020. The IT infrastructure was augmented and the efforts were made to train, to teach online and make the best use of learning management systems. Efforts are on how to make online teaching as effective and interactive as face-to-face classrooms in teaching. Dear participants, research is a continuous and continuing process, and it is an important component of the education. SGU gives sufficient exposure to research to students right from undergraduate programs, which normally we call it as a UROP, undergraduate research opportunity, so that a research aptitude will be developed in the students right from the undergraduate education. Research is a systematic and scientific way to find a solution to both existing problems and also the problems which we can anticipate in the future. A researcher will never be satisfied with the current status. That's why it is ongoing and always never accepts the status quo and always looks for new solutions which are economically feasible, as well as it will reach to the research will lead to the upliftment of the mankind. And all this will be done under the research ethics framework. Research methodology is an approach to conducting research, and over the years, these methodologies have changed because of the intervention of new techniques and new technologies. Studies in the field of forensic pharmacy would not be complete without some knowledge of the history of drug discovery, various personalities involved, and the events leading to the development and introduction of new therapeutic agents. The first medicinal drugs came from natural resources and existed in the form of herbs, plants, roots, and fungi. The first synthetic drug, chloral hydrate, was discovered in 1869 and was introduced as a sedative hypnotic. Involvement of artificial intelligence in the development of pharmaceutical products from the bench to the bedside can be imagined, given that it can aid rational drug design, assist in decision making, determine the right therapy for a patient, including personalized medicines, and use it for future drug development. It is a revolution. There are many tools or examples in discoveries where they are going to use very powerful tools like DeepChem, DeepTox, Organic, Potential Net, HitDexter. These are some to name. The adoption of artificial intelligence and other innovative technologies and use of big data from multiple sources is enabling more precise targeted treatments and shifting the health ecosystem towards a future where medicine is personalized, predictive, preventive, and participatory. That normally in research they refer to as 4Ps, leading to new, more efficient, and more effective models of care over the next decade. These shifts will have a significant impact on a treatment and on patient outcomes, particularly in those areas of medicines with unmet needs. I trust these 2 days workshop will be an eye-opener for the students, the young researchers, and those who are the postgraduate and the research scholars, those who are going to join the stream of researchers in pharmacy, which will be very useful for them. Once again, I express my gratitude for inviting me and share some precious moments in the morning virtually with you. And I wish this 2 days workshop a great learning and a motivator for each one of you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. As we light the symbol of victory over darkness, I request our VC, Dr. M.T. Telson, sir, to begin the program with the deep prajalan. Sir, please.
Hello, I open this conference as open and we can start the deliberations. Now I open the conference, this international workshop of 2 days open.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Can we begin with the session, sir?
Yeah, please go ahead with the sessions.
Thank you, sir. I feel privileged to introduce to our very first eminent speaker, Dr. Deepak Prakash Dubal. He is working as Associate Professor in School of Chemistry and Physics, Queensland University of Technology, Australia. He has completed his BSc, MSc and PhD in Physics from Shivaji University, Kolhapur. His research expertise is in design and development of multifunctional hybrid materials for clean energy conversion and storage technologies with the special focus on supercapacitors, lithium-ion batteries, and electrochemical flow cells. In his research career, he has 2 books, 8 book chapters, 180 journal articles, 7 review articles, 8 patents to his credit with the H index 56, I-10 index of 135. He is honored with various international awards and nominated in top 4 young scientists for USERN Prize in Physical Science around the world. So we have with us the very young dynamic researcher, Dr. Deepak Prakash Dubal sir, for this international workshop, who shall give some insights on research methodology techniques. Over to you, sir.
Okay, hello everyone. Can you hear me properly?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
That's good. Okay, before I start, I have I would like to request everyone to please make sure that your mics are mute. Okay, otherwise it will keep bothering in between the talk. Okay, so just make sure that you have already mute your mic. Okay, thank you very much for a very nice introduction, and I would like to thank Dr. Abhinandan Patil, who has invited me for this conference. I have been to SGU's campus a couple of times. I have already delivered one lecture at SGU in the engineering faculty. So this is really a fantastic, like a leading. What I can say is like very dynamic university, and is growing so fast in different areas. So basically, yes, this webinar is arranged by pharmaceutical sciences, School of Pharmaceutical Sciences, but I guess the other schools, for example, like engineering and science, they are also doing a great job in SGU. So it is my great pleasure to deliver a lecture in such a leading young university. So let me share my screen, and then I will start to talk about the research and different opportunities, what I would say. I hope everyone can see the slides, right? Can
Yes,
anyone
sir.
confirm? Yeah, okay, cool. So yeah, so what we are going to talk today is about the research methodology and techniques. But in addition to that, what I will do is I will introduce some of the research happening at QUT, at Queensland University of Technology, and in addition to that, I will also introduce you a little bit with the research happening in my group. basically what we are doing in my group is a little bit, or not little, is absolutely different than the pharmaceutical sciences. Because I'm in the business of materials, so we develop materials and then we use that materials for energy related applications. So for example, energy conversion systems and energy storage systems. So basically, the materials we use can be used into the solar cells or any kind of photovoltaics. At the same time, they can be used into capacitors, batteries, and hybrid systems. So we all know that we already are surrounded with the different technologies, and that all modern electronics, modern technologies all run onto the energy storage devices. But I will not bore you. I will not talk a lot about the scientific discoveries in my group. I will definitely give you some of the examples, like how we should define the research problem, or how we should process, or how we should select the techniques to analyze the samples or analyze the data, or some how to actually make conclusions, or how to develop a constructive research problem. Okay, so before I start, you can see on the first slide there is a very nice campus of my university. So this is I will start with a little bit of introduction with the university. So yeah, so this is the land of Australia. So we are basically in the Queensland. So Queensland is the state, so we call it the sunshine, the state of sunshine, or sunshine state, because we have a 12-month sunlight here. It's the weather is almost similar like in India. So you can see here, we are here in Brisbane, a coastal, very small, not very small, but a small city on the coast. And my university is one of the top universities in Queensland. So this Brisbane, the Queensland University of Technology is I would say is the very young university. They started it in 1989. But the university is growing so fast that it is already counted in first or top 300 universities in the world. So the QS ranking of Queensland University of Technology is already around 207 or something, somewhere. You can, if you see the most of the universities which are in the top list, top 100 or top 200, they all universities are more than 100 or 2 or 150 years old universities. If we accept a few exceptions. But so QUT is Queensland University of Technology is growing so fast. And in our university, we have a different centers. So this is one of the campus in the university. We have basically two campuses. So this is in the city, and we have a Kelvinsgrove campus where we actually do all biological sciences based research. So we have internal centers. We have Center for Material Science. So this center is basically focused on the materials for various applications. So we start with the condensed material, and then polymers, and every kind of material which have a specific application in the field. So this center is actually dedicatedly working or developing the material for future generation materials. We also have a Center for Agricultural and Bioeconomy. So this center is focused on all kind of research which is connected to the agricultural research. So basically they are working with increasing the yield or tolerance of these different kind of crops. And in addition to that, they are also working with the waste, and that is how I connected with this center. So we are also working on the agricultural waste, so that we can convert in the agricultural waste into some kind of valuable materials, and which can have different applications in the technological field. This is another center for clean energy. So this center is basically focused on all energy conversion and storage systems. So this is the research undertaking in this center is focused on the solar cells, capacitors, and hydropower stations, and all kind of energy systems, even the hydrogen production. So recently they got a very big project with the Japanese government, that the Australian government or our university is developing some kind like hydrogen by splitting of water, and then it will be transported to Japan. So that is a very nice energy research is happening in this center. We also have the Center for Waste Free World, because in Australia they always struggle with this waste disposal things, because initially they were just simply transporting all the waste to the neighboring countries. It is funny, but yes, they were transporting this waste to the neighboring countries like Indonesia, Philippines, or China, or sometimes even India. But recently, most of all these countries, they refuse to take the waste from Australia. So now the Australian government or Australian um, they doesn't have a proper strategy that what should be done with this kind of this waste. So it's basically a plastic, textile, or tire waste. So these are the different centers we have. We also have a center for environment, but this year because of COVID, we closed this center. And we merge, actually not close, we merge this center with these existing centers. So this is the university is working on the broad research line. We also have an Institute for Health and Biomedical Economy. This is again very much related to the topic of today's webinar, and most of you people can take an advantage of that. You can have a look, and we always have some vacancies and positions open. Students can also apply for degrees here for bachelor's or master's, or for a PhD if you are interested in to do a PhD. But we always have the positions open, so you can just have a look into the websites of these centers. Okay, coming back to the actual lecture. So today, what I'm going to tell you about some research methodologies, or I'm going to talk about some techniques or how to define the PhD problems or any kind of research problem, how we should be defined and how to perform the research according along that line. So basically, in general or broadly, we can divide the types of research what we are doing. So what we can say is either the research can be a quantitative or qualitative or descriptive, analytical, applied, fundamental, or exploratory. So what happened is like a quantitative research is nothing but like a data collection and summary. The qualitative research is non-numerical elements in the research. So what we need to define is first like what kind of research we really wants to perform. So it depends. We start the problem from there. So basically, most of I think in the pharmacy you do a lot of different kind of qualitative, quantitative, but at the same time you also do a lot of applied fundamental research. So all of these methodologies will be applicable to the pharmaceutical sciences, I guess. So how we should actually define a project or a research project or PhD topic. So let me give you an example. So how we do in our group, or how I actually handle my group, or how I ask my students to perform this kind of research. So what we do is first, once we get some student, or once if we have any kind of project, so what we do is first we find the problem. So we need to define the problem, or we firstly need to define the question. Okay, what exact question we really wants to solve, and how we can define this question is we first need to do a literature review. So for example, if you choose a one topic, anything like, for example, in case of us, like we want to develop kind of a capacitor which can be used in a very particular kind of application. So what we need to do is we just first need to do is a literature review. I always take the advantage of this literature review step with my students. What I do is I ask them to do a literature review, and what we do is normally I ask to prepare them the summary of each paper or each publication, whatever they get it, and we summarize it, and then we prepare a kind of a review article on that. And this review article will give the student idea about what is happening in this field and what is missing piece, or what is the fundamental knowledge, or what is the applied research, or what exactly the mechanism is missing from the literature. So this will give exactly the information about like what is the missing piece into the knowledge. So this literature review can be used to define the research problem. And then the normal process, like then we need to define some kind of, okay, so if we want to solve the problem, we need to choose a particular kind of sample. So we cannot take a very broad. For example, in the pharmacy, if you want to solve a problem, if you want to find a drug on a particular disease, what you will do is you will start from a one sample. You will not take a lot of samples together, and you will not start like working on each sample or trying each sample. So instead of that, what we can do is, based on the literature review, we can select one sample, and then that one sample you can process. Okay, and then you can try to modify, or you can see what are the difficulties are arising to improve the performance of that sample, and based on that we can actually process this one. Okay, so this is how it goes. So we started from the research question, then we do a literature review to get an idea like where we are, or to know the state of art of the technology or the system or whatever the research problem you choose. Then we select a sample, and then we start the experimental thing. So selection of variables, then we started to collect the data. So what is mean by data collection here is data collection means, for example, if we start to analyze the sample, okay, so we need to define the techniques, which techniques can be used to analyze or to record something, or to characterize that sample. So first we characterize the samples, and then after characterization we do analysis, and then we prepare a report. So this should go in this special hierarchy. So starting from the research question, literature review should be the next step, then selection of sample or any particular material, so that should be the first step, and then how to improve the performance of that particular sample, that should be the next step. And then whatever you have done, we need to analyze, or we need to characterize that whatever experiments we have performed in the lab, are they successful or no, and that can be done with the characterizing the material or characterizing the sample. Then we can analyze. So analyze the data. So data analysis is very important. So while analyzing the data, it is very important to compare the data which you got with the literature review. So you again need to go back to the first step, which is the literature review, and analyze the data, compare your results with the other results, and then make sure that there is an improvement, or there is still you are like your the performance of your sample is still lagging behind whatever the published into the literature. Okay, and that's how you can go with the report writing. So this is like a very general way we can define the research problem. Let me show you, let me give you a nice example, like how we do the things in our group. So before that, maybe I will let you know like what kind of research is happening at QUT, in particular in our group. So our group works in 4 different research lines. So first is the materials. So we develop a materials, the advanced materials, and that materials can be a 2-dimensional, oxides, or hybrid materials. Our target applications are energy storage. So whatever material we develop, so we first select the material, we apply our methods or technologies or knowledge to improve the performance. Then we test the materials into the energy applications. This is another applications, and then we actually try to find the results, like okay, so whatever the material which we have developed, it is really performing well or no. Okay, so this is how we actually perform the research in our group. These are what we can say, these are the 4 major lines, research lines, which my group is working on. Okay, just related to the pharmacy, or I will not say exactly the pharmaceutical sciences, but what I will do is I will give you a very nice example of a research which is happening in my group. Let me give you this basic devices. Let me introduce you with these basic devices. So we all know about these devices. We have a mobiles, we have a laptop, like for example watches, we have smoke detectors, or these kind of small devices. We don't know how much energy these devices requires, but you can see I already pointed out like how much power is required for these devices to run or to work. Okay, so for the smallest is the watch, it needs only 1 microwatt, and then the mobile, in case of wearables, you can say the smartphone, it needs a 1 watt or one plus watts of energy. Okay, look at this. So I hope you will like this kind of research. Okay, so what we are doing is there are some medical implants. Okay, so you can see there are so many medical implants like pacemaker and cochlear, and then deep brain neurostimulator, gastric stimulator, and all these medical implants, they all works on a small tiny battery. Okay, and these tiny batteries, the requirement of power requirement for these devices is they lies between 1 microwatt to 100 milliwatts, or voltage is between 1 milliwatt to 10 volts. Okay, so these are the basic requirements, power requirements of these devices. Now let me ask you a question. For example, we have a pacemaker, and that pacemaker, you know how to install the pacemaker. So this pacemaker is implanted inside the body. That's what we call it, the in vivo, I guess. So that pacemaker is implanted inside the body, inside the heart somewhere. Okay. So this pacemaker, this works on a very small, tiny battery, and that battery is in the microwatts. Okay. Let's assume that the pacemaker is installed, and after 4 or 5 years, or maybe almost 4 to 5 years, what will happen is the battery inside that pacemaker will discharge, will drain off. Okay, so it is going to dead. The battery is going to be expired after 4 to 5 years. Is there any way to recharge the battery? There is no way we can recharge the battery. Why? Because it is already inside the body. So there is no way that we can recharge this battery. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to take that pacemaker out, then we need to replace the battery. Okay, and then we need to reinstall this pacemaker, right? So what happened is, like, because of this, the patient needs to undergo a surgery, and then there will be a very large or high cost will be involved. So cost, there is a huge loss of the cost, and then there is it is very risky that the patient needs to undergo a surgery. And I don't know how many times, maybe each after 5 years, so in 10 years 2 times, in 20 years 4 times. So it is going to be repeated, because the battery is going to drain off after each 5 to 6 years. We started to think, is there any way that we can solve this problem? So this is the problem. So we got our problem. So we know that, okay, so this is the problem, to use the batteries or any kind of power source into the medical implants. Okay, then we started to think, okay, is there any way that we don't need to recharge the battery, or there is any way that we can still use that medical implants without replacing any battery? And then we started to look around the literature, and in the literature, what we found, there is something around us which we never thought it about. Which is this, which is nothing but body motions. Okay, if you can see the human and then human body motions, you can see that our regular body motions, for example, the arm motion, and the knee motion, step motion, these all motions of the human body, they generate a large amount of energy. Okay, I will go one step back, and I will show you. Okay, you can just still have a look these numbers. So the energy required to run this power, to power these medical devices, is very less. And if we see that how much energy our body generating, so every day we are actually wasting this much amount of energy, right? So is there any way that we can recover this energy and we can reuse this energy to power our wearable or medical implantable devices? Is there any way? So we started to think about, okay, so there are some materials into the nature, they have the properties, they can convert any kind of vibrations, any kind of mechanical vibrations into the electricity. And that materials, we call it the piezo materials or piezoelectrics. So what is mean by piezoelectrics is we already have some materials into the nature that have an ability to convert any kind of vibrations into the electricity. And then we started to think, okay, would it be possible to use the piezoelectric materials into these implants? Yes, we can do that, but then there is another problem. The other problem is we can't keep doing motions. Our motions are irregular. They are not irregular motions. I would recommend you to someone needs to mute the mic. Okay, so what we thought is, like, these all motions are irregular. So it means that the power supply to these medical devices will not be continuous. And then we started to think about it. Is there any way that we can convert these motions into the electricity and then store it somewhere into the batteries or capacitors somewhere, and then use them again? But battery needs some time. Battery needs some time to charge. Okay. So what we thought is like, would it be possible to integrate the piezoelectrics and energy storage system? Okay, so what we did think is, okay, so we have the piezoelectric materials. So the job of piezoelectric materials is to convert the vibrations or body motions into the electricity, and then the capacitors or batteries, and that can be used as an energy storage system. However, the problem is what happened is, like, while doing that, we are still going to lose a small amount of energy, and this is because the integration. So what we did is we proposed this device. So what is this device is, we already have a 2 electrodes, and that it comes from the supercapacitor, and you can see that middle blue layer. That blue layer is nothing but a piezoelectric material. So what will happen, because of the vibrations, once we start to press that material, automatically it generates the electricity, and that generated electricity will be stored at that blue electrodes. So here, so they are generated. This is the piezoelectric material, and these are the supercapacitive electrodes. When we press this, what will happen? This will generate the electricity, and that electricity will be stored at this surface. And this is how I got this project in 2018 from the Australian Research Council to develop this kind of devices. And already one of my PhD student, he is working on it, and he recently got a very interesting result. What is the significance of this device? Just imagine if we could fix this device into the pacemaker instead of battery. What will happen is, when we place this device into the pacemaker, so by replacing a battery, what will happen? Our breathing vibrations, the breathing vibrations will be converted into the electricity, and that electricity will be passed to the heart. Okay, so in this, so it means that we don't need an additional power source. Okay, and then as far as the patient is breathing, the patient needs the pacemaker. Once the patient stops breathing, he doesn't need he or she doesn't need a pacemaker, right? So this is how we actually propose this technology. So once we propose the technology, we know that what we want to do is, this is my student Sagar. He's again from India, from Maharashtra, and so he's working on this technology. So he developed the piezoelectric material. So this is a different samples he developed. What we use is a PVDF, is the polyvinyl difluoride. So that is the natural material which has the piezoelectric properties. He also made the device. Okay, so now we started from the research problem. We know the research problem, so we started to select a sample. So we selected a sample. So we got a sample which is a PVDF, which everybody knows that PVDF has a characteristic to turn any kind of vibrations into the electricity. He made a devices, and then after making the devices, first he wanted to see that whatever he had proposing, it is really whatever device or whatever samples he wanted to prepare, are they really formed or no? And that is the reason what he did is, if you can see the first image, which is a transparent 0% one, is the actual PVDF. And then what he did is, he put a small amount of two-dimensional materials so that it can increase the performance of the piezoelectrics. But we wanted to see that two-dimensional material, whichever we have already included into the PVDF, is really incorporated there or no. And that is the reason we selected this method. This method we call it the scanning electron microscopy. So what we did is, like, we put our samples under the microscope, and we started to see that what actually happened with the material. So we wanted to make sure that whatever two-dimensional material we have introduced into the PVDF is really incorporated or no. So you can clearly see that there are huge difference from 1% or from 0%. What we call it as a bare PVDF. It looks absolutely flat, and then 1%, 2%, 4%, and 6%. So MX is the Maxine. So Maxine is a two-dimensional material, and it has itself some piezoelectric properties. And we prove that this piezoelectric, two-dimensional Maxine is incorporated into the PVDF matrix. Okay, that is fine. So first step is completed, that we characterized the sample. We know that the sample, whatever we propose, we already made the sample. But now we wanted to see, are the piezoelectric properties really increased or no? Or this is just like we just hypothesized that, okay, so this can increase the performance, or we just wanted to see if it is really increase the performance, or there is no increase, or the performance has been increased. Then that is the reason we use the piezoelectric force microscopy. We have this technique at QUT, and what we did is we performed this analysis. So first graph is the the amplitude, the intensity, and then the second graph is again the deflection and the intensity. We can see the first two figures, A, B, are for PVDF, and then for CD are for one of the sample we tested. And we can clearly see that y-axis, the numbers you can see, they are huge difference. They are 2 times increase in the intensity, and you can see the deflection, which is on the x-axis. So the deflection for PVDF is only 0.821 nanometer, while for the deflection for the maximum PVDF sample is almost 3 nanometers. So the performance, the piezoelectric performance is also increased by more than 2 to 3 times. Okay, so this is how we define the problem. Then we select a material, then we did the characterization, we prepare a material, and then we characterize the material, and now we started to analyze. But still we wanted to do a little bit, few more tests with this sample. You can see, okay, so this is the real demonstration. So what Sagar has done is, Sagar recently prepared the material, and you can see there is very small touch. He just tapping on the device. So he just developed the device. He's simply tapping, so he's simply touching the device, and with his simple touch, you can clearly see on the oscilloscope there is a signal that it is developing a voltage of almost more than 10 volts, which is really huge for any kind of medical implantable devices. So he developed the devices, and then he tested. So you can have a look. So he's just simply pressing. So there are 2 videos. First video, he is tapping very slowly. On the second video, he's just tapping very fast. So this is just the difference in the frequency. So this is how he has developed this piezo supercapacitor device. And now we are at the point where we actually wants to test this device into the pacemaker. So we are actually collaborating with one of our Professor Cameron Brown, and he is helping us to test these devices into the pacemaker. Okay, so how it works, as I said, so we have these 2 electrodes. The middle layer is the piezoelectric. Once we apply a pressure, it will generate the electricity, it generates the voltage. After generating voltage, it collects the electrons and ions at the surface, and then once we release the pressure, then all the ions and the electrons go back. Okay, and then you will come to this original state. This is how it works, and we can do millions of cycles. For your information, we can do, because supercapacitor, it can do a millions of cycles we can charge and discharge. So this will have the life of more than 20 to 30 years. Okay, this is how we have developed. We also try to develop some kind of similar devices, which we call it as a trielectrics. And you will laugh on this. We use the fish bones and we use the tire waste. And you can see the output voltage. Output voltage is huge, around 400 to 500 volts. So this is a different technology. If you remember, there was a very funny experiment we were doing when we were in the school, or when we were in the college around 11th or 12th. We had that ebonite rod, and then we were roughing that ebonite rod onto some woolen cloth, and then we were using that to attract some paper. So this is the technology, and that technology is called as a triboelectrics. So 2 different materials, if that 2 different materials goes closer to each other, they generate the electricity. And that's how we tested fish bones. Why we tested fish bones? The reason is fish bones or any human bones or whatever the entities we have, they have some kind of protein, not some kind of protein, the protein collagen. So we are trying to use the collagen. Collagen itself has a piezoelectric property. So now our next target is to use the collagen as a piezoelectric material into the capacitors. Okay. We also did this one, pharmaceutical waste. We don't know what we are doing with the pharmaceutical tablets, expired tablets. So what we did is, like, this work we did recently in collaboration with one of our professor and one of the person from a PhD student, and he's also from Chivaji University. So we did some work. So what we did is we collected the expired tablets, we crushed them, we made devices, and we tested the devices. It is it's working fantastic. So what we did is, like, we are trying to address the pharmaceutical waste issue. So this is a win-win situation. We try to address the issue from the medical sciences, like biomedical applications or medical implants, the power sources, and at the same time we are trying to address the issue of the pharmaceutical waste. And this is the dream. So we don't only wants to constrain ourselves to use this technology or to use these devices into kind of medical, but we really want to use them into different kind of implants. So this is kind of a dream. So you can see that a simple pressure, it keeps generating some electricity. We feel that is a very small amount of small amount of electricity, but that small amount of electricity is enough to charge your mobiles. It is enough to use it for the wearables. It is enough for any kind of a medical implants. Okay, so this is the dream, and this is the project I was talking that recently we received this funding from Center for Biomedical Technology. So they provided this funding. We recently got a postdoctoral position on this project. So what our plan is to use the collagen as a piezoelectric material to develop the piezo supercapacitors for self-powered medical implants. So if we can develop this technology, then all medical implants can be self-powered. So we don't really need a power supply for this kind of devices. So now you can see, I gave you an example. We started from the research problem. So problem, we define the problem, we select sample, we characterize, we analyze, and now we are up to the process of demonstrating it. So we are actually going to demonstrate it. Let me give you another example very quickly. So this is a little bit in deep about the lithium-ion batteries, but I'm not going to talk a lot about the lithium-ion batteries. So this is the lithium-ion battery. This is how it looks like. I'm not going to talk a lot. So what it has is, normally it has two electrodes, anode and cathode. What happens? You know that there was the explosion of Samsung Note in United States somewhere, and then we started to be concerned about, okay, so this battery is used into the mobile. They are explosive, kind of, they can explode at any point. Okay, so why they explode is because of this. You can see on the left side, it's an anode. Anode is the graphite, and cathode is some kind of lithium oxide. Just assume it's something like that. This yellow balls is a lithium. So what happens is, like, when we charge a battery, that yellow balls goes inside the graphite. Sometimes when we discharge battery too much, you should never discharge your battery up to zero. After 20% of discharge, after 80% of discharge, when there is only 20% left, your mobile tells you to charge a battery. There is a notification. It comes, it notifies you. Why? Because if you keep discharging battery, what happens is it forms the dendrites. So this is the dendrite. It started to form this kind of like a needle-like particles. And these needle-like particles, they will damage the separator. And that's how this goes to this side. There is a short circuit. One short circuit, there is either explosion or fire or battery failure. Okay, we want to solve this problem. Okay, how we can solve this problem? To solve this problem, we really want to go into deep, and we really want to see how battery behaves when we actually charge a battery or when we actually discharge battery. We don't know what is happening. We just charge a mobile in the morning, and then until the evening, it is already discharged, but we really don't know what is happening inside the battery. And to see what is actually happening inside the battery, we recently developed this new technology. This is the old technology. Is already transmission electron microscopy is already there. But what we did is we modify these sample holders so that we can actually apply a potential, apply voltage, and we can actually discharge a battery or charge a battery, and we can actually see with the visual, we can see with the eyes what is actually happening inside the battery. So this is the sample holder which we modified at a QUT, and what we did is it's very small. You can see this is the tungsten rod we have, this is a gold rod we have. We put sample here, and then we apply voltage. So potential stat is just to apply voltage. So everything is inside the machine in the vacuum, and then we apply voltage from the outside. Okay, I will just give you a very quick example of one of the material. So this is one of the material we prepared in collaboration with one of my colleague, Dimitri Goldberg. So what we did is we prepared this material, and then we wanted to see under the microscopy what is happening with the material. Instead of describing everything to you, what I will do is I will show you the video, like when actually we apply a voltage to the battery, what happens with the material at atomic scale. Okay, so just bear with me and have a look. So this is the material. So we started to charge a battery. You can see when we are charging the battery, it started to swallow. Okay, it's a swallowing. So material started to swallow. So this rod is started, the size of the rod is started to increase. And this dilithiation means the discharging. So we can see that now now the size of this rod is decreasing. It decreases and it comes back to original. It don't come exactly to its original shape, but it comes back to original. So you can see here, this is the lithiation process. So it's a 130 nanometer. After lithiation, the size goes to 133 nanometer. But when we discharge battery, it comes to 122. It means we can't extract all the lithium inside. So this is how we have developed this technology to see what actually is happening with the material. So now if we know the material, what is happening at the atomic scale, we are now ready to modify the material's property. Okay, so this is the method which we have choose, we developed or we modify in a way that we can actually implement into the research. Okay, and then the final example or final problem I will share with you is about the waste. Is about the waste. I think we should think, we should plan, we should develop a strategy that what we can do with this waste. We never think it about what we are doing with these mobiles, these all scrap mobiles or electronic waste. We really don't have any clue that what is actually where this is going. Is there any way, are we simply disposing them? So disposing them is a waste of resources, right? So we need to find a way that to use these materials again somehow, somewhere. Okay, so I just collected few waste samples. So this is one. Plastic, of course, plastic is a very big problem. Agricultural waste, we have a lot of food waste. Then medical waste, we don't know what is happening with the medical waste. What we are doing, that we are only disposing them, we are just landfilling them, we are just burning them somewhere in the air. If we burn them in somewhere in the air, we are just developing the carbon dioxide. So again, we will start to shout on the, okay, so we don't have enough oxygen, global warming and everything. Okay, so we shouldn't burn any kind of waste into the air. Okay, and similarly we have this tire waste, which we still don't have a clue what should be done with this shopping. We order so many things online, and then it comes with some cardboards. We don't know what we are doing with the cardboards. We just collect the cardboards and we throw it on in the bin. So what happens after that? And then the fruit waste. There are several different kind of waste which we need to find a strategy, we need to define. So this is a big problem, and this problem we need to address in some way, somehow, that how we can translate this kind of waste into something valuable. It can be used in some kind of particular devices. Okay, we try to solve this problem. So what we did is, because I was before coming to Queensland University of Technology, I was working in University of Adelaide, which is in South Australia, and the South Australia is very much famous for the wineries. So they have a lot of wineries. And then someday I got one of the winery producer, and he said we have thousands of tons of
chemist shop deals only in drugs, and so it's an example of.
Okay, so there is a huge amount of solid winery waste. So what we did is we turned that solid winery waste into a kind of material. We call it as the carbon. We just carbonize that material, and then we carbonize in such a way that we can actually develop two different forms of carbon. So we just play with the experimental parameters, and by playing with the experimental parameters, we use a one waste to develop two different forms of materials. And let me give you a surprise that these both materials can be used into the capacitors, or these both materials can be used into the batteries. Okay, so the hard carbon, which you can see on the left side, it is a best anode material into the batteries, and the activated carbon, which is a porous structure, which you can see here, they are the best cathode material into the batteries. So we are trying to address the problem of waste. Okay, and how we address it, we choose some kind of waste, which we started with the winery waste, but we have already applied this technology for several other waste. For example, we have also used this technology for textile waste. Okay, so several different kind of waste. Let me give you a very small practical demonstration, because these all batteries, what you are seeing here, that all batteries are made from the waste. Okay, so what we did is we calculated the required voltage and current, and then what we did is we run this whole LCD panel onto the batteries made from the waste. So this is, we prepared some kind of some slides which shows the actual concept, and then the team, and then the results. So this was the problem. So the problem is waste, and we found the solution. And then this was the concept. So this, we developed a conceptual framework. Okay, so this is one we proposed. And then this was a total, the whole team. I was leading the team. So this was the whole team helped me in developing this project. Okay, so this is how we started from a problem, define a problem, then all the processes in between, and then we reached to the demonstration part. Okay, so we also got so many media coverage because of this textile waste. We turned the textile waste. I got a message from this lady. She's a chief entrepreneur of the Advanced Queensland, and she asked me to discuss this project with her. And then she presented our project into the 78th International Cotton Advisory Committee's meeting. She presented with the proud that we are developing some technology at QUT which can address this textile waste issue. This was very famous news onto the Twitter. Everybody appreciated a lot. Why I'm trying to show this to you. The reason is because next day when we finish this, next day after publishing this news, we got a enormous response from the industries. We got so many different samples from the industry partners who were actually asking them if we can treat their samples and if we can develop some kind of batteries or any kind of new devices by using the waste. So this is how we define the problem, and then we work on the different aspects like literature and then processes and selection of samples, data collection, data analysis, and then developing like writing the report or preparing papers. We have already published so many research articles on this, so you are free to have a look. So here what I would say is so the party is over, and then what we learn from this is like we are from our research, what we need to find is we need to address the critical challenges by defining the constructive research problem. So we need to define the research problem in such a way that we are really helping the society to solve the problem. Okay, for example, we took effort to address the issue of power supplying units. Okay, so another very important like factor which needs to be considered is developing a new methods, new mechanisms, or new processes to perform the high quality research, which will have a social, economic, and environmental impact. Okay, so we also need to understand the consequences of the research what we are performing in the lab. So thus we need a knowledge leverage. We really need a knowledge. So and wise strategies and policies to develop a well-defined research methodologies and techniques. So this is how we really needs to perform the research, or we need to really define the problems. Okay, so this is all my funding partners so far. I got several as already in my introduction. You all hear that I already received so many different fellowships from so many different countries. I work in Germany as Alexander von Humboldt Foundation Humboldt Fellow, and I work Vice Chancellor's Fellow in the Uni Adelaide. And then I got so much funding from the Australian Research Council so far. These are my collaborators, and I would be happy to introduce my group. So these are my group members. So we have a postdocs, and we also have senior adjunct lecturer, visiting researcher. We recently got one Australia South Korea project, which also have 3 PhD vacancies. Unfortunately, because of these borders are closed, I couldn't take international students. Otherwise, I would be happy to consider any of applications coming from India. So this is my whole group. We already have more than 6 or 7 PhD students in the group, and 3 more might add. We also have the postdoc vacancies too. You are free to visit my profile. You can have a look in the profile. You can see what kind of research we are doing at QUT, and if you have any question, or if you want to know something more about the university, about our research, please feel free to write me an email. Okay, and this is how we come at the end of the presentation. So yeah, thank you very much for your attention, and I would be happy to take any of the questions if you have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And from participants, if there are any queries, you can unmute yourself and ask the questions, or else you can drop the queries in the chat box. Sir, there is one question in the chat box from our student, that How can we develop the professional career in the research methodology in pharmacy?
Professional career. So is it related to doing a research or something? Because this question is not clear to me actually. The professional career and research methodology in pharmacy.
So good morning, sir.
Mhm.
Actually, the question which was been asked by the student, he just want to know that whether as a pharmacy profession, we can work as an interdisciplinary with the physics or chemistry, and we can come with some innovative ideas. So this kind of question is asked.
Absolutely. Because if you can say my research, my background is physics, but I'm doing a lot of chemistry, and I'm also doing a lot of life sciences. I never ever learned biological sciences. Never. Even during my 11th and 12th, my whole education was in the mathematics. So my group was a purely mathematics. So I never studied anything. But yes, definitely. Actually, in research, we really don't have a boundaries. Of course, in the up to our degrees like bachelor's or master's, we always concern about the chemistry, physics, and pharmaceuticals, or any kind of different engineering, you can say. But once you enter into the research, we really don't have the boundaries. So the interdisciplinary research is absolutely a great. And you already saw that I'm already collaborating with professors working into the biological sciences, and I also have several other actually in the biological sciences. So definitely there are huge career opportunities. So it doesn't matter if, even though if your background is in the pharmaceutical sciences, you can still approach someone who is actually working on related to your field, and you can apply for any kind of research positions like a research assistant or even for the PhD vacancies. Absolutely.
Sir, I think there is another question from Professor Dr. Vandana Patravi, ma'am. Ma'am.
Yeah. Great work, Deepak. It was really nice to hear you, and compliments to you as well as your group for doing this wonderful work, especially coming from the bio waste and waste materials and converting them into reusable batteries, as well as many applications. I was just wondering whether you have taken up any work related to diagnostics also.
No, unfortunately, no. We haven't working anything related to the diagnosis, but my collaborator, I showed you the collaborator, is Professor Cameron Brown. So he is working into the diagnosis. I'm collaborating with him. Basically, what I'm trying to do is I'm collaborating on the side of biomedical engineering, you can say. I'm trying to use my expertise to develop the power sources for medical and biomedical implantable devices. So I'm still okay, despite although I'm working in the field of which is a like kind of interface of the pharmaceutical or biological sciences and then the material sciences, but still my core expertise is into materials and developing the devices as the power sources for the medical implantable. So I'm not really working on in the diagnosis or any kind of drug delivery applications.
I understand that, but that means you are open even to working and collaborating if someone would need your expertise in diagnostic area, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Great work.
Thank you
Enjoyed
very much.
listening to you.
Thank you.
So there is personal question from me. Actually, your presentation was very nice and really fascinating, and it was like knowing that our future trends or whatever the new equipments are going to develop. So it will be like short, compact, and the lifestyle which will be there. So it will going to increase the threshold of the lifespan. So my personal question is that suppose if we plan for some things like there are pacemakers or some issues related to some gadgets. So if, as Vandana ma'am told, that suppose if we come with an collaboration, because most of the time the problems which are there, which have been faced by the doctors, they only know that problem, what is exactly the problem is there. And
Yes.
you as an expertise, you know the solution. So in coming future, we are going to see you as one of the eminent person where suppose if we come with the problems, such as I told you, related some pacemakers or some other small gadgets, then it will create really the miracles. And I believe personally that it will be the beginning of some new era of the research.
I agree. I agree. I got the similar comments when I proposed this project, and this is how I won the Australian Future Fellowship in 2018. I proposed this project, and it was a fascinating project. I really got around $700,000 from the Australian government, and that's how I got this PhD, a PhD student, and that's how I got my permanent position in Australia. So I am really very much appreciating this field, and I really want to push forward, but not only proposing this. I really want this to I really want this technology to be translated into the social in the society. So I really want to see the impact. So we are really working very hard. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir, for your work. And in coming future, we are ready to give the problems, and hope so you are going to solve it.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So there is another question from delegate, that is a Pranjali Patak. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes.
Good morning, sir. Actually, while you were showing your slide, you told us about the expired tablets, which is a. So, can you please elaborate how it's going to generate the energy, which is, I think, so. This project is going to be amazing in future. So, will you please elaborate it how it's going to be generating energy? The expired.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So let me tell you something about this triboelectricity. So this is nothing. This is not exactly connected with the materials. Okay. So in the triboelectrics. So what is mean by triboelectrics? As I said, we did was very small experiment during our school time, or even in the early times of our colleges. So there was an ebonite rod. So we were just roughing that ebonite rod onto the woolen cloth. So ebonite rod is a one body, and then woolen cloth is another body. When we rub, these are two different bodies. When they come closer, they generate electricity, because each surface they have their own electricity. For example, human body itself has itself is a one body. So we really don't need two different bodies. When I put my hand onto my laptop or onto the table, it is already generating the electricity. There is something like you might experienced somewhere. Yeah, in the time you touch a surface and you get some electric shock, and that is nothing but the triboelectricity. So what we did is, with the expired tablets, these expired tablets, they have some chemicals inside. Okay, so because of that chemicals, it generates the tribo potential. That is what we call as a tribo potential. So because of that potential, what happens is, like, when you have any body, and then when we have this tablet surfaces, when they come closer, it generates electricity. So this is like only two separate bodies, they come closer and they generate electricity. If we keep tapping like this, it generates a huge amount of energy, and that can be used for any kind of application. But the reason is because you can see the output voltage is around 400 to 500 volts, which is huge, which is really huge.
Yes. So thanks a lot, sir. It's going to be really helpful. And so, how as a big farm student, what do you think? Like after going to the research, after going for my masters, how I can use it in my project work that I'm going to do for my masters, or how this I can implement for my future studies?
Sorry, was it a question?
Yes, Summons. How I can use this triboelectrics or whatever the expired drugs as a part of my research studies in my further education? How it can be implemented?
You can still look after, like, okay, so this is one of the way we have presented that how we can use this expired tablet, but there should be some other ways we really need to explore, because there are some, like some waste which we haven't thought it about, like what we can do with this kind of waste. We really don't know. We also didn't know that when we started to work on this. But what we did is, like, when we got this problem, okay, so pharmaceutical waste is one of the problems. So when we got these expired tablets, what we did is, like, we started to analyze them, and after analysis, what we realized, okay, these are some different chemicals. So what you can do is, you can start to think about, okay, so these are the expired tablets and the composition of expired tablets, and then you can go into the literature and you can see what we can do, or what can be what the different composition, the chemical composition of that expired tablets can be used in any particular application, and then you can focus on that. But you still need to go to the literature so that you will get an idea like where actually your research should be directed.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, thanks a lot, sir.
Any more questions for the participants? Renu, you can unmute yourself and ask the questions.
Hello.
Yeah.
Good morning, sir. I am Renu Satish Ghadge. I am from Kolhapur. I am student of first year B Pharmacy from School of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Sanjay Ghotawat University, Kolhapur. Thank you for giving an opportunity to us to ask the question. I want to ask the question that. Hello.
Yeah. Please ask.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes, Renu, continue.
What is the scope of work in working by combining pharmaceutical and physics?
There is a huge scope, but you need to define. So this question is very general, and then there will be a huge like it depends on like what exactly you are trying to achieve. So this question can be diverted in that way. For example, as I showed that, okay, so my background is physics. So what we tried is like we use our knowledge into the physics, which is about the piezoelectricity, generation of electricity and everything, and we applied that knowledge into the biomedical devices. Okay, so then you really need to define what exactly the interface is. Okay, so based on that you will define the scope. So in general, I can't say, okay, so there is a scope in this direction, there is a scope in this direction, there is a scope in this direction. But if you can combine your knowledge with the other stream, like other disciplines, not only the physics, with other disciplines like a chemistry or physics or anything, then I think there should be a lot of scope.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. Any more questions from the participants?
Hello, ma'am.
of organism.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes,
I'm asking a
Ishwar.
question.
Yes. Continue, Ishwar.
Good morning to one and all present over here. I am Ishwar Sawamat from the Sanjay Ghotawat University, B Pharmacy first year. My question is, as the pacemakers are inserted inside the body, and they are having lithium-ion batteries. As they have lithium-ion batteries, they need to produce electric field and magnetic field. As the charges moves, both are produced. So it may cause the effect. What effect it may cause to the organs present near it?
Okay, that's a really great question actually. This question is very important, like because we are putting this lithium ion battery inside our body, and we are not really thinking about the biocompatibility or any kind of compatible issues. You are absolutely right. It generates a lot of electromagnetic field. Not only the electromagnetic field, the battery itself is very dangerous, because in the battery we use a lot of carcinogenic electrolytes. Okay, so battery, even though if you see there are some videos on the internet, if you can see that there was a child, he actually swallowed that small button cell, and that swallowed button cell was stuck here in the neck. And what happened is like unless until they took that child to the hospital, and when they saw that there was already red mark on the throat. So that is really very dangerous. The batteries itself are very dangerous. But at the same time, what this packaging, the all packaging and everything is already made for the electromagnetic. So we have the materials, or we have the coatings, they call it the electromagnetic shielding. So that batteries are coated with the electromagnetic shielding, so therefore they really don't affect. In addition to that, these batteries are very small, so they generates an electricity in a microwatts. Okay, so they really don't affect the other organs. But this was a really very good, a very nice question.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Any more questions from the participants? Okay, sir, can we end the session here if there are no more questions?
Yeah, you are asking me. Yes, yes, I'm absolutely fine. If it is like, yeah, there is no question for, there is no further question. If you still have a questions, you can write me an email at any time, and I will try to respond your questions. Okay. So yeah, thank you. From my side, it's all done. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much for delivering such a great lecture, sir, and giving your precious time and explaining us how to go with the research initiation, research process, research uh, lives, and utilization of the different pharmaceutical waste, agricultural waste, and medical waste, and so on. It was really an informative session, and I assure you that this lecture will be beneficial to all the participants, and it has given definitely a different perspective of looking towards the research in the future times. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, now we will be moving towards our second session. It will be my honor to introduce our today's second speaker, Dr. Dua Hamid Aldel Aziz Youssef. She has qualified clinical pharmacist with the broad experience in both community and the hospital healthcare settings. She has selected, developed, and coached a qualified clinical pharmacy team to implement clinical pharmacy services in our healthcare setting. Her clinical research experience includes the fields of the gastroenterology, oncology, infectious disease, liver transplant, hepatology, and so on. And her interests include the pharmacology, pharmacotherapy, drug interactions, pharmacy practice, patient monitoring, and patient counseling. She is working as an assistant professor of the pharmacy practice and the clinical pharmacy in the Future University in Egypt, and has also worked as a clinical teaching perspective in the Egyptian fellowship program for the 3 years, as well as participating in the teaching different courses in the different Egyptian universities. She has completed her PhD in the clinical pharmacy, MSc in the pharmaceutical sciences and clinical pharmacy, and BSc in the pharmaceutical sciences. And additionally, she has completed the various courses and the trainings. She has worked as an part-time assistant professor as well as a full-time assistant professor, and she has worked as a clinical pharmacy and the quality standards inspector, hospital pharmacist, community pharmacy dispenser, and as a senior clinical pharmacist at the head of the clinical pharmacy department, where she had handled number of the responsibilities. She has received second award in the third international conference for the scientific researches and its application, Cairo University, in the May 2007. First award in the pharma game as the team leader of the Africa pharmacy prepared by Bioderma Laboratories. Also, she has received the silver level award for the international publication in the 8th annual conference of National Hepatology and the Tropical Medicine Research Institute for her research article, which has been published in the 2.76 Impact Factor Journal. She has received the Cairo University grant for the scientific researches and its application in the February 2021, and she is having a number of publications in the reputed journals and has attended the various conferences. Now, I request such a dynamic personality to deliver her talk on the research methodology in the pharmacy. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, according to where are you located. Thank you, Sonali, for introducing me this nice introduction. Bismillah ar-Rahman rahim in the name of God, the merciful and the compassionate. Greeting from Cairo, the capital of Egypt, one of the most ancient civilization in the world. I'm going to talk about research methodology from Egyptian experience. As Somalia introduced me, so there is no way to introduce myself better than her. I'm sure she did it well. I'm an assistant professor of clinical pharmacy and pharmacy practice in Future University in Egypt. I got my PhD in clinical pharmacy in 2016. Before we start, we need to know what's meant by research methodology. This is one of the most important parts in your research, my students. It will allow the readers to evaluate your work. It will allow them to evaluate the validity of your research, the reliability of your research. You need to include the type of research you did. You need to write well how you collected your data. You need to write well how you analyzed your data. You need to describe every tool, every material you used in your research. And of course, you have to mention your rationale for choosing these methods. There are simple steps to follow in order to get the better or the best research methodology. The first step is to identify your research problem. Identify the question. You need to know what's the type of your data you are going to collect, whether it's a qualitative data and you are going to deal with numbers, or whether it's a quantitative data and you are going to deal with facts. You need to identify the study design, whether it's descriptive, for example, like cross-sectional studies, and you are going to make some surveys, characteristics of a certain topic, or your study design is interventional study, whether you are going to compare certain medication with another medication, or you are going to give your patients a certain medication. I remember in my master degree, I was trying a novel medication in that time for children. It was already approved for adult patients for hepatitis C. You know, in Egypt, hepatitis C virus is a well-documented problem. It's about 15% of the Egyptian population infected with hepatitis C virus, so it's a huge problem here. We were trying one of the novel medications in that time, which was a pegylated interferon. It was an approved medication for adults, and we were trying them on children. So it was an interventional study. My students, also you need to identify if there is any ethical consideration. When we are, as my specialty is clinical pharmacy, so most of my research is dealing with patients. So you need to register your clinical trial or register your research before you proceed in its methodology or in its action. There are a lot of registry like clinicaltrials.gov. You need to prepare your consent form, which is a form where these patients or their guardians are going to sign before they start the study, if they are going to approve participating in your study. Let's see an example from my research, a recently accepted article. Let's see, this is an example where a randomized controlled parallel group open label study, and this is the registry number in the clinicaltrials.gov. Let me ask my attendees or other participants, what is study design in this paragraph? I would like to see comments in the chat box, if you mind, please. According to the methodology here, what is the design of your study? This should be clear in your research methodology. Okay, it's a randomized trial. It's a controlled parallel group open label study. When we are dealing with patients, yes, the VANI, it's okay. Open label randomized controlled trial. When we are dealing with patients, your protocol should be approved by the IRB, which is an institutional review board. This is the entity known to keep the welfare of the participants. You can see here this is the design of your study. After the institutional review board accepts the commencement of your study, you have to prepare a written informed consent sorry, where you obtain from each patient. It should be signed before enrollment to the study. You can see this is an example of the clinicaltrial.gov, one of the registry where you can register your clinical trial before the commencement, and it will give you a number. This is very useful to include it inside your publication. A lot of journals nowadays stick to guidelines for the registry of your trial before commencement of your study. This is an example of the IRB approval. As you see, the title here is about the genetic polymorphism for cisplatin resistance in non-small cell lung cancer patients. You see that the IRB give you the approval valid from certain date to certain dates. This is 1 year validity, and you have to renew the approval if your research is going to extend beyond this year. Of course, the approval should be stamped with the IRB stamp in order to commence your protocol or your study. Again, when we are dealing with the patients, it's not only the case where you're going to take the IRB approval or the ethical committee approval. It's also when you are going to make your research in healthcare settings. For example, this research is about the discrepancies between the prescription order and dispensing in outpatient healthcare setting. As you see, you are not dealing with patients, you are just dealing with their prescription orders. But again, you have to get the ethical committee or the ethical approval, as well as if you are going to make such just surveys about the attitude or the satisfaction of some participants, for example, clinician towards the clinical pharmacy services in hospitals. When you are going to make a cross-sectional survey or a questionnaire, you have to get the approval of the ethical committee. This is an example of the informed consent where the patient have to sign or his guardian. Of course, it is in Arabic because the informed consent should be written in a simple way, in the language can be easily understood by the patient, and also it should be stamped with the stamp of the IRB. Your second step towards the best research methodology is to describe your methods of data collection. You have to describe enough details which facilitate the replication of your study by consequent researchers. So the methodology should be very obvious. contains enough details able to replicate your study. You have to mention the criteria for sampling. For example, if you are going to deal with patients, you have to mention the criteria to select the participants, the inclusion criteria and the exclusion criteria. You have to explain the variables measured. If you are going to measure the efficacy of some anti-hepatitis C medications, you have to measure the PCR of the patient in order to know whether your medication is effective or no. Also, you have to describe the tools used, every tools used. If you are going with a questionnaire, you have to write the questionnaire, you have to write the specific questions you ask your patients about. This is an example from a recently published article. You can see where is the inclusion criteria for your patients, for your research. What are the inclusion criteria here? Please answer in the chat box. Can you see the inclusion criteria here? Okay, it's you can include every patient above 18 years who have cirrhosis, who have ascites, and diagnosed with hepatorenal syndrome, acute kidney injury, based on a specific diagnostic criteria. When you are going to mention a specific diagnostic criteria, you should surely cite the diagnostic criteria and write up the reference, like here, Angela et al. Also, the exclusion criteria should be emphasized in your research methodology in order to facilitate the replication of your work by consequent researchers. Here also you have to emphasize how did you do the randomization of your patients. If you are going, this is a parallel group, so you have to make some sort of simple randomization, this way done with a computer random sequence generator, 1-to-1 allocation ratio, where we go one patient in the control group and one patient in the intervention group. Also, the concealment should be written, should be mentioned inside the research methodology for your research. How could you measure your variables, where the efficacy outcomes here, the primary efficacy outcome was measuring the proportion of patients achieving full response. What is full response for hepatorenal syndrome? The exact definition should be written in your research methodology, as well as the citation of this definition. You have to written from where you get this definition. Sure, don't forget, please, when you are writing your methodology, to write it in the past tense. Don't write it in the present tense or in the future tense as the protocol. Just write it in the past tense because it's already conducted. The third step, you should describe your method of analysis. How did you analyze your data? What are the statistical methods used? How could you deal with the data before starting analysis? What you did for the missing data, what you did for the outliers, for example. And you have to mention, of course, the software used during analysis of your data. This is an example for the sample size calculation, should be mentioned in the methodology section, and you have to mention the reference from where you calculate your sample size collection. This should be obvious for in your research. Of course, the statistical methods used should be mentioned. The tests for normality should be mentioned, whether your data is normally distributed or not normally distributed, and what are the tests you are going to use during your analysis, whether it's a comparison between groups. So you are going to use Mann-Whitney, you are going to use chi-square for categorical variables, you are going to use Kaplan-Meier survival curves. And of course, you have to mention whether your analysis is a per protocol analysis or an intent to treat analysis. Please, if you mind, I want you to say to me what is missing in this paragraph. What's missing? There is something missed here, should be written in your research. Do you know what is? I have mentioned it before. I said that you have to mention reference protocol number. No, references are not mentioned in the statistical analysis. A protocol number, you can switch to the clinicaltrial.gov number. This is the registry number of your protocol. No, try else. Yes, excellent, Prajakta. I'm so sorry, I can't pronounce your name well. I'm sorry. Yes, the missing data is the software used. You have to mention what is the software used. The third step is to evaluate and justify your methodological choices. You have to acknowledge if there is any limitation or any weakness points in your research. You have to mention if these results couldn't be generalized to other results. For example, here we can see a part of the limitation should be written just above the conclusion at the end of your research. Here you see that one of our limitation is conducting it just in a single center, and this will limit the generalization of your results. Again, you will mention if there is bias. Yes, there is bias here, couldn't be excluded because the treatment arms were not blinded for the assessors or for the outcome assessors or the investigators. Also, there is a limitation that could limit the generalization of our results. For example, all the included patients in our study was hepatitis-related cirrhosis, and of course the outcomes of the patients will differ from those with cirrhosis due to other causes. There are simple tips for better writing for your research methodology. The first step, you have to focus on your objective. You have to focus on your research question. You have to show the readers how your methods suits your objective. How you have to describe for the readers and convince them that you used the best approach to answer your research statements. You have to cite other researchers that used the same methods. If you are going to deal with something like with the chromatography method or analytical methods, you have to cite other researchers. You have also cite those who support the choice of your methodology. You have to discuss how could you overcome any obstacle during the research methodology of your research, and how could you deal with difficulty during analyzing the data. Can you find the obstacle here in this paragraph? Can you find it? How could we show to our readers that we overcome this obstacle during our research? I'll give you 1 minute.
No.
Okay. Is anyone going to answer? Okay. Yes, Himanshu. Okay, that's excellent. This obstacle that was when after we did our research, we find that the number of partial responders, we have two types of outcomes. We have full responders with a specific definition, and we have partial responders with another specific definition. After we finished our research, we find only 2 patients in the partial responder group. And then, so it will limit the generalization of our results. So we cannot make specific statistical tests on just 2 patients, 1 in every group. So we decided to add these 2 patients, which were partial responders, to the non-responders group during analysis. So we are not going to bias the results of the full responders. And this how we overcome our obstacle. In my university, where I come from, it's a new future university in Egypt. All the staff members involve every single student in research. We can see that students are involved in conferences. They can present their work in abstracts. You can see this. This was a very clever students in the 5th grade. Where he presented his abstract in one of the international conferences. This is another group of students where they were involved in another research. This research on the right was done in the lab. It was not related to the patients, but this research where I stand between them was dealing with patients. They were collecting data from the hospital. It was about the misuse of antibiotics in the ICU and how could clinical pharmacists reduce this misuse. And these 2 students present their poster in one of the international conferences. By the way, they won the 3rd prize. This conference was giving prizes for the first 5 abstracts, and they won the 3rd abstract. Also, from my perspective inside the future university in Egypt, the students are involved in other researches, like they can participate in data collection. You can see these students are working with their co-investigator, and she is emphasizing to them how to collect the data. Also, students participate in designing of surveys, participate in campaigns. They design survey before the campaign, and then they ask the students after the campaign the same questions, and then they relate whether the campaign have achieved its goals or not. Sorry. finally, in the 5th year, before they are graduated, every student should make a graduation project. It's a complete thesis. He select his own research question and he starts to write his thesis from the beginning of the introduction and the research methodology and the results, the discussion, and of course there is a dissertation for these students, and sometimes succeed to publish this data. This is an example. This picture where you are seeing is an example of my students was making some group-based counseling sessions for patients with chronic hepatitis C, and she is emphasizing to them how to deal with their infection and how to reduce the risk of transmission for others. Other graduation projects was a surveys before counseling. They were counseling patients how to take their medications for hepatitis C, and they were they make a survey before counseling and the same survey for the same patients after counseling, in order to manage, in order to interpret the patient adherence. And as you see from this picture, they tried to write the counseling tips in a picture form, because most of the patients is illiterate, so they will almost forget what are you going to say to them, how to take their medications, especially when they take medications for hepatitis C. It's more than 2 tablets or 3 tablets per day, so they are going to miss their doses. This picture was done by one of the students where they emphasized the how to take their medications in pictures. You can see that it's, although it is written in Arabic, but there is a picture in order to emphasize how many tablets he's going to take in the afternoon and how many tablets he's going to take early in the morning. This is another picture. This is another picture where he want to tell his patients that one of his medications is renally eliminated, so he should drink water in order to facilitate the elimination of his medication and to reduce the side effects. This was a very interesting thesis, and it was acknowledged by the dean of our pharmacy. This will be my last slide, where we taught my students that H-index is very important. You have to manage your researches while you are students. You have to participate in every chance you get. You have to participate in data collection. You have to participate in IRB approvals. You have to participate in protocol writing and in methodology, in research methodology, in order to get articles published, and you will get a high H-index as well, inshallah. This is I want to say thank you for all the attendees. I want to say thank you for the panel. I want to say thank you for inviting me to this prestigious conference, and all the time I would like to participate in something like that. All the time I love to educate my students, educate my patients, and persuade them. And I would like to thank you so much for good listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now the panel is open for the question answer session. So participants, if you have any questions, you can unmute yourself and ask your questions.
Hello, ma'am. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Ma'am, I just want to know that whenever we carry out the clinical trials, so according to the geographical region, each and every person is having some differences in genetical makeup. For example, if we talk about Asian countries, African, or rather some different communities. So in this case, the effects of drugs are totally different. Then how we can correlate this thing and we can come up with some genuine formulation. So what exactly is your opinion in this point?
No, of course, if there is geographical distribution, for example, I'm going to give you an example about hepatitis C. Hepatitis C have 6 different genotypes. So the results on genotype 1 couldn't be generalized for another genotype, like the genotype 4 here in Egypt. So you must have a clinical trial on the specific geographical region. If the disease is affected by the geographical region like hepatitis C, but if the disease is not related to geographical region, so you can extrapolate your research. But in my opinion, I guess that every gender or every affinity has its own characteristics. So I guess that you need to do your research on your specific population.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. There is another question from Vandana ma'am, that what type of the plagiarism softwares are being used at your end?
Okay, I'm using plagiarism from my university. Every university have its own softwares where you get your, I don't recommend that you use online plagiarism. This is not very well working. So the best technique is that you contact your university, and the university is contracting with plagiarism softwares, and then you get them the article and they get them back to you with 20%, with 10%, with 35%, so you can manage what your research is, where is the plagiarism part.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. There is another question from one of the delegates here, Pranjali Pathak. Yes, please ask your question.
Good morning, ma'am. Actually,
Good
it was really
morning.
an amazing lecture that you gave us about the research methodology that is really going to help us a lot. Ma'am, as I'm a B.Pharm student and will be going into a master's course, what do you think, or what are the steps or the methods that is really going to help me to do my research program at the master level, which is going to be really effective and which is going to be really helping the mankind? So what do you think, that what are the steps that I should take into my mind whenever I will do the research in the master's level?
Hello, could you repeat the question, please?
Yes, I'm so sorry. Actually, as a BPharm student, I'm going to be getting admitted in masters. So, what should be my approach towards any research whenever I will be doing in my master level? What should be the basic things that I should keep in my mind for developing a research paper or developing a research program for my master?
Course, it will be literature review, and you have to see what is the research gap, what is the research question you need to answer. You need to make a pilot look in your hospital, for example, or in the healthcare setting you are going to make your clinical trial in. And you have to see what is the research gap, what is the most common question asked, what's the most common questions asked. How could you answer this question, whether the researchers or the literature had answered these questions or not yet. And you have to develop your question very well and then proceed with the research methodologies, just like I said in my presentation.
Okay, ma'am, there is another question from delegate Jivesh. Yes, Mr. Jivesh, you can ask the question.
I can't hear the question.
Yes, Jivesh or Himanshu, if you want to ask the question, you can ask.
Good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, I am Himanshu. I am studying in B.Pharm first year at Sanjay Godavar University, School of Pharmaceutical Science. My question is that as I am in first year B.Pharm, as I am doing research, I need to do a formulation on any medicines that works on the age basis from infant to the adult, and it should be that effective to the infants also and the adult also. Then how to do that formulations with the all the methodology and the literature work studies?
If I'm not sure I'm understand the question well, but I will answer. You want to extrapolate the results. You have a formula which is working with the adults, and you want to try it on the infants. Okay, it's
Yes,
okay, it's okay. This was my master degree, as I told you, and you have to get the ethical approval and your rationale. You have to convince the IRB what is the importance of treating the children with this formula, and how it will be safe for your children, because the IRB or the ethical committee will not give you the approval except after sure that you will not harm her patients. So the first thing that you have to make me convinced that there is an importance to treat this disease or this condition when he is an infant or a child, and as well as on the same level, it should be a safe formula.
Yes.
Okay.
Ma'am, but what point we had to take in mind for that formulation?
What?
What point? The formulation point we have to take in mind.
The safety, it will be the safety only. This is the major issue concerned when we deal with a new formulation, is the safety issue.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the delegates?
So if there are no more questions, can we move further?
I think there is one question in the chat box that what are the best tips of security techniques and frameworks used in the clinical research methodology?
Okay, what are the best tips of security techniques and the frameworks used in research? Sure, you have to make a confidentiality of your patient's data. This is one of the most important things that should be done. You have this is one of the main security techniques you can also when the researchers are blinded to the investigators are blinded to the patient randomization. This will be something for the best methodology research. Okay. Okay, how to select, there is another question, how to select topic for review article regarding any particular area. Okay, this will be very nice if you are using the guidelines. Try to use the guidelines and see where is the gap of the research. And then the gap of the research is should be fulfilled by your research article. Okay.
We have another question, ma'am, from one of our delegates. Can there be a general drug formulation disregarding the geographical or habitual differences?
I think I answered this question that there is some diseases have a certain geographical distribution, so it should be done in a separate clinical trial. But sometimes, like for example, like diabetes, there is no geographical distribution for diabetes, so we can use a general drug formula in this topic. So it depends upon the disease, actually.
Okay, any more questions from participants? So ma'am, we have one more question from participants. On what basis the animals for clinical trials are chosen?
Oh, actually, I'm I'm not able to answer this because only I'm dealing with the clinical research on patients. So I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't know what are the how can they choose the animals. How can you select the topic for research? Yes, you can use the PubMed for your research, for example, and then you can search for new topics on the specific mechanism of action for a specific medication. A new mechanism of action have been proven for a certain molecule, and you and not yet done on patients. It's only proven as mechanistic action on animals, and you get this molecule and you give it to your patients. For example, my recently published research was about ondansetron molecule. This is an approved medication for nausea and vomiting. But recent researches, recent animal researches have shown that it has an anesthetic local action. So I tried to use the same mechanism, but on the patients. I tried to use this criteria, this new criteria for the ondansetron, which is a local anesthetic, and I injected after incision of the gallbladder. in patients post laparoscopic cholecystectomy, and it have shown a great benefit in reducing the pain of the patients when it reduced when it injected locally. So you can search on the animal studies the new mechanism of action or new mode of actions, and then you go to use it in patients.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We have one more question from the delegate. If the drug formulation causes any fatality to laboratory animals, doesn't it go against the PETA guidelines, PETA guidelines?
What is PETA guidelines? I don't know what is PETA guidelines.
People, hello, am I
Yes.
audible? People for ethical treatment of animals.
Okay, okay. I'm not familiar with guidelines for animal studies, but so I'm not able, okay, people for the ethical treatment of animals. So I'm not able to answer this question, but in my opinion, I guess that if a drug formula cause any fatality to laboratory animals, that shouldn't shouldn't be proceeded to tried on patients, I guess.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. What is the difference between observational clinical research and the clinical trials? Where clinical trials, it's mainly an interventional study where you add an intervention, add a specific medication, add a specific procedure, a specific operation for your patient. This is an interventional trial. But observational clinical research, you just look at the data of the patients for a specific topic and relate a specific outcome. And for example, looking at the predictors for some disease or something like that.
Okay, ma'am, there is another question from the delegate that is related to what is your opinion related to use of the different medicines which are using, such as remdesivir or another kinds of medicines are being used globally related to the pandemic situation of COVID-19.
Okay, I'm trying to get it. What?
There is a question from the delegate that they are asking that what is your opinion related to use of the different medicaments such as remdesivir or different antiviral drugs are being used globally related to COVID-19 situation for the coronavirus.
Okay, it's okay. Remdesivir is having promising results, as well as tocilizumab. So it's okay to use it in the form of clinical trials or clinical research. I have participated in tocilizumab clinical trial research in my country. So it's very helpful to use already present medications or already present antivirals for the treatment of COVID-19, where we are in a huge disaster as well.
Thank you, ma'am. We have one more question from the participant. Is there any advantage of using secondary data collection during this pandemic?
Of course, of course, of course. This every single data in this pandemic will be very helpful, whether you are going to collect primary data or you are going to collect secondary data, observational study or interventional study. This will give you a whole picture about the pattern of the disease, about the side effects of already used medications, the incidence of the side effects. So this is there is a great benefit of using secondary data collection during this pandemic.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Participants, are there any more questions?
Thank you so much.
Now, ma'am, I think there are no more questions from the delegates. So I want
Thank
to
you.
thank Dua ma'am for giving an opportunity to be here, to give your valuable time with us. So over to you, Sneha ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving your precious time and making this session quite interactive. From the questions, we can see the participants had enjoyed your session. Thank you so much for elaborating the basics of research, identification of research problem, briefly elaborating the research methodology, and exploring the insights of clinical trials along with the case studies. Thank you so much, ma'am, for
Thank
this
you.
session.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay, so all the delegates, we are going to give you the 5 minutes break. So after the 5 minutes break, we are going to continue with the session by the Dr. Vishwanath Gore sir, who is going to give the different techniques and information related to the research methodology. So we're going to join the session after 5 minutes.
दूसरा ग्रुप केला
Okay, I welcome you all. We are going to start with the next session. Regarding the presentee, we are taking the screenshot of the participants who are present here. So it is mandatory for the participant to be here, and also the same is there for the YouTube. Simultaneously, you can write your name in your chat box, and simultaneously those who are present on the YouTube, they can write their names. Over to you, Sneha ma'am. We can start with the session.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, all the delegates. I welcome you once again to commence the further session. Now, I would like to introduce to our next eminent speaker, Dr. Vishwajit Kopar, sir. He is working as assistant professor in School of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Sanjay Gorawat University. He has completed his B.Pharm, M.Pharm, and PhD from Shivaji University, Kolhapur. He has 11 years of teaching experience and recognized PhD guide. He has qualified GATE in 2007, IIT Kanpur. His research domain is cyclodextrin technology, solubility and dissolution rate enhancement, biomaterial sciences, micro and nanoparticle drug delivery system. In his research career, he has 12 international publications, 18 national publications, H Index 10, I-10 Index 10, and 314 citations. He has book chapters and has filed a patent. He has various awards to his account and had been a resource person in various conferences. So we have with us a guide, a leader, a researcher, Dr. Vishwajit Ghorpal sir, with us in this international workshop. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a nice introduction. I'll just share my screen. Can you please enable the screen sharing over here?
Just a minute.
Yeah. Okay, whether the slide is visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Just a minute. It's sharing. Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay, thank you. So in this session, I'm going to talk about the scientific methods in pharmaceutical research. Means we will be discussing about what are the scientific method, what are various steps which are involved in this scientific method, and later on, we will see how to apply the scientific method in pharmaceutical research with the help of an example. So let us start. Now, the first question which can come to your mind, it is that what is the difference in between research methodology and scientific method? So let me tell you, scientific method itself, it is the part of the research methodology. Okay, and mostly the researchers in the field of science, technology, engineering, etc., they will be using scientific method in order to find out answers to certain questions which they face when they are working in their laboratory or working in the fields. Okay, so suppose that you are a researcher and you are working in a laboratory, and while working in a laboratory, you face some unusual phenomena. Okay, you observe some unusual phenomena, and a question comes to your mind that why this phenomena occurred. Now, in order to find out answer to this question, you set up a process of experimentation, and this entire process of experimentation is included under scientific method. So we can say that the scientific method is the process of experimentation.
Because the rest of the
Yes, scientific method is the process for experimentation that is used to explore the observations and answer certain questions which we face during our laboratory work. Okay, so the different scientists which are there, they may follow different experimental processes depending upon their need. Of course, the researchers are going to be of different types depending upon different fields, different scientists. Okay, and depending on that, your scientific method which you are going to use, it may also differ. Okay, when direct experimentation is not possible, the scientists can modify their scientific method. For example, there might be various research questions. For example, there might be a scientist who might be thinking that how the dinosaurs used to digest their food. Now, to answer this question, you cannot straightforwardly use the scientific method, because here the scientific method, the usual scientific method, is not going to help that scientist to find a proper answer to this question. Okay, and that is why under such cases, you have to modify the scientific method. But even if you modify the scientific method, the final goal of modified as well as unmodified scientific method is always going to remain the same. And that goal is find out the relation in between the cause and the effect. Now, let us see what are various steps in the scientific method. Okay, the first important step in the scientific method, it is to make observation. Okay, you are working in the laboratory, you will make the observation, you will find certain unusual phenomena when you are working in the laboratory, and a question will come to your mind and you will ask that question. Okay, once you ask that question, you will try to find out the answer to that question. And for that, first you will do the background research. You are going to do the background research, means you will try to find out what will be the possible answer to that question. What will be the most possible answer to that question? And once you find out what can be the most possible answer to that question, you are going to construct the hypothesis. Once you construct a hypothesis, later on, you are going to test your hypothesis by doing the experiment. Now, whenever you are going to perform your experiment to test your hypothesis, at that time, two things can happen. While performing your experiment, sometimes your experiment will work properly, or sometimes your experiment might fail. If your experiment goes properly, there is no problem in that. You can go further to the next step, that is analysis of data and drawing the conclusion. But if your experiment doesn't work properly, in that case, you have to check what is the problem in your experimentation. You have to make necessary corrections in your experimental procedure, and you have to repeat that experiment once again. Later on, once you go further, you will analyze your data. After analysis of your data, you are going to draw the conclusion. Okay. Now, once you draw the conclusion, you will check that whether your hypothesis has been proved or it has not been proved. If from your experiments and by analysis of your data, you think that your hypothesis is proved over here, then you will straightforward go towards communication of your results. But if you think that no, my hypothesis is not getting completely proved over here, or the results which you have obtained are in partial alignment or not in complete alignment with your hypothesis, in that case, there is no need to get demotivated, because most of the time it happens. You give a hypothesis, but after performing your experiments and getting the results, you find out that your hypothesis is not getting proved over here. In that case, whatever experimental data you have obtained in your entire experimental work, that data can be used for future research work. That data can be used to construct a new hypothesis. And then once you construct a new hypothesis, again, you are going to follow the same procedure. Okay, so these are the general steps in a scientific method. Let me explain this with a simple example, which is easily understandable. Let us consider that we are the agricultural scientist, okay? And we make one observation, and that observation is that raspberries did not grow well this year. Raspberries did not grow well this year, okay? So the question will come to our mind, and that question is that, why did the raspberries did not grow well this year? What was the problem? And for that, we will do the background research now. We'll do the background research means we will meet our mentors, we will meet the experts, we will do the literature review. And then from that, we will come to know that there was shortage of rainfall in our region. And that may be the possible reason behind poor growth of raspberries. Okay, and that is why we will construct a hypothesis now. What is our hypothesis? The raspberries did not grow well this year because we did not get much rain this year, right? And now we are going to test this hypothesis. In order to test this hypothesis, we will perform certain experiment. And while performing that experiment, what we are going to do is that we are going to make two groups over here, two groups of raspberry plants. Okay, we will take care that both groups will receive same amount of light each day. And then the first group, it will receive 1 cup of water each day, and another group, it will receive 2 cups of water each day. Once these plants start producing berries, what we will do is that we will go on measuring size of the berries of the plant from both the groups on daily basis. We will measure the size of the berries on daily basis, all right? And this is going to be our research data. Now, once we record the data about size of berries on daily basis in both the groups, we will analyze the data and draw the conclusion. Upon analysis of our data of size of berries, we come to know that the raspberry plants which were receiving 1 cup water daily, in their case, the berries grew by ½ inch. And on other hand, those raspberry plants which received 2 cups of water, their berries grew by 3/4 inch in diameter. Means from this analysis, we come to know that the raspberry plants which are receiving more water, they show proper growth. And hence, our conclusion over here will be the raspberry plants which receive most water grew the biggest. Okay, so in this way, we can apply scientific method. And finally, we are going to go for the final step, that is communication of our results. So whatever results you have got, you can present it in the conference, you can publish it in a suitable journal, that's all. Okay, now let us move towards the next part where we will see how to apply scientific method to the pharmaceutical research. And for that, we are going to take help of my PhD work. Okay, so I'm going to explain how I applied scientific method to my PhD work over here. So the topic of my PhD work was beta cyclodextrin grafted cellulose derivatives as hydrogels for delivery of poorly soluble drugs. Everything began with my area of interest. Okay, so my areas of interest were cyclodextrin technology, where we all know that cyclodextrin is usually used to enhance the solubility of poorly soluble drug. The poorly soluble drug will get entrapped into the cavity of cyclodextrin, and this complex will be more soluble. My second area of interest was hydrogel-based drug delivery system, which was mainly focused on hydrogels, which are prepared using natural and semi-synthetic polymers. Those who are not aware about hydrogels, let me tell you that hydrogels are three-dimensional cross-linked network structures of water-soluble polymers, which are capable of absorbing large amount of water without getting dissolved in it. And due to their unique properties, they are used in drug delivery, right? So I wanted that my research topic should be based on my areas of interest. And that is why I started doing the preliminary literature survey. And also on the basis of my previous laboratory observation, I came to know that hydrogels which are prepared by using synthetic polymers, they usually do not support cell adhesion and tissue formation. That is the problem with the most of the hydrogels which are prepared by using certain synthetic polymers. To solve these problems, the scientists have moved towards the hydrogels prepared using natural and semi-synthetic polymer. But the hydrogels which are prepared using natural and semi-synthetic polymer, they are also having certain problem. They are having a problem related to loading of hydrophobic drugs. This is because the hydrophilic polymer chains in the hydrophilic network or hydrogel network of natural polymer hydrogels, they cannot retain the hydrophobic drugs within their matrix. Also, if by one or the other means, if we load the hydrophobic drug in the hydrogel network of the polymers which are of natural origin, in that case, the release of drug is affected. And hence, the scientists have tried to use certain different strategies to improve the loading of hydrophobic drugs in the hydrogels, which are prepared by using natural and semi-synthetic polymers. So what were those strategies? Let us see. So the first strategy was grafting and copolymerization, where hydrophobic components are grafted or copolymerized with our polymers. And as a result over here, the hydrophobicity of your hydrogel increases. But the problem is that because of this grafting and copolymerization, this imparts surface as well as bulk hydrophobicity to our hydrogel. Means our hydrogel surface as well as bulk, it is going to become hydrophobic. As a result, this can affect the solubility of the hydrogels. The second strategy which most of the scientists have used is incorporation of cyclodextrin inclusion complex of that poorly soluble drug directly into the natural polymer-based hydrogel. Here, the loading problem can be solved, of course, because when you are preparing the complex of poorly soluble drug with the cyclodextrin, the solubility of your drug is going to increase over here. But the release kinetics will be affected because once you load the cyclodextrin complex into your hydrogel matrix, and when that hydrogel comes in contact with the release medium, the complex gets released faster from that hydrogel. So the release kinetics is affected over here. And that is why the third strategy, it catched our eyes. The third strategy was grafting the cyclodextrin to the hydrogel. Whenever we graft the cyclodextrin to the hydrogel, it can solve both the problems. Means it can increase the loading of poorly soluble drug, and also it can extend the release of poorly soluble drug. Let me explain this thing. So whenever we graft the cyclodextrin to the polymer chains in the hydrogel, your hydrophobic drug, it is going to get entrapped into the cavity of your cyclodextrin, which you have grafted. As a result, more hydrophobic drug molecules, they will get entrapped within your hydrogel matrix. When it comes to release, when your drug loaded BCD grafted hydrogel comes in contact with the release medium, at that time, one drug molecule it is going to get released from one cyclodextrin cavity, but there is a maximum possibility that the released drug molecule can again get entrapped into the cavity of another cyclodextrin molecule. Means here, during release, there can be a continuous complexation, decomplexation phenomena where one molecule of drug is released from one cavity and again gets entrapped into the cavity of another cyclodextrin molecule. This will delay the release of your drug. Okay, your drug is going to take more time to come out of the hydrogel matrix, and in this way, it can extend the drug release. So this topic was interesting for me. But here also there was one problem, and that problem was for preparation of cyclodextrin grafted hydrogels, the scientists have mainly used most of the chemical cross-linking agents which were toxic and costly in nature. So the question come to our mind that was, can we prepare the cyclodextrin grafted hydrogels based on cellulose derivatives for improved loading and extended release of poorly soluble drugs using non-toxic and cheap cross-linking agent? Okay. Of course, I focused on cellulose derivatives because cellulose is abundant and cellulose derivatives are readily available. And that is why I had chosen cellulose derivative over here. So the question was, can we use non-toxic and cheap cross-linking agent for preparation of cyclodextrin grafted cellulose-based hydrogel so that loading of poorly soluble drug will be increased and also extended release of that drug will be obtained. So we started doing the background research. Okay. When we did the background research over here, we came across 3 important research papers. The first research paper was grafting of cotton with beta-cyclodextrin via polycarboxylic acid. This was the paper from Journal of Applied Polymer Science. Okay. Here, the scientists had grafted beta-cyclodextrin onto the cotton in order to prepare antimicrobial fabric. Okay. Their intention was, after grafting the beta-cyclodextrin to the fabric and then wetting that fabric into the drug solution, of course, that drug solution will be of antimicrobial drug. What is going to happen is that the fabric is going to become antimicrobial. And this will prevent the growth of microorganism on that fabric. So this entire research was related to the textile industry. And in this research, they had grafted beta-cyclodextrin onto cotton fibers using butane tetracarboxylic acid. The procedure was extremely simple. That is, here, when you increase the temperature, the butane tetracarboxylic acid, it undergoes anhydride formation. And this anhydride later on, it esterifies the hydroxyl group on cyclodextrin, and also it esterifies the hydroxyl group on the cellulose chain. As a result, there will be grafting of beta-cyclodextrin on the cotton fibers. The second important paper was the paper from carbohydrate polymers. And also this paper was related to the textile industry, where the researchers had prepared beta-cyclodextrin grafted chitosan over here. Of course, their intention was to graft beta-cyclodextrin on the chitosan because they had observed that on grafting beta-cyclodextrin to the chitosan, the antimicrobial property of chitosan is increasing. And for grafting the beta-cyclodextrin on chitosan, they had made use of citric acid. Now we all know that citric acid is non-toxic agent, and here they had used the same citric acid for grafting the beta-cyclodextrin on chitosan. And here the procedure was also same. At high temperatures, citric acid is going to form an anhydride, and that anhydride is later on going to esterify the hydroxyl group on cyclodextrin. As a result, in this research work, there was formation of beta-cyclodextrin monocitrate. Only the thing what you have to do is to increase the temperature. Okay. So this was the first turning point in our research work. The third important paper was this one. It was also the research which was published in Journal of Applied Polymer Science. Of course, we had an idea that we can use citric acid to graft cyclodextrin on the polymer chains in our hydrogel. But the question was how to prepare the hydrogels, and that question was solved by this research paper, where they had prepared cellulose-based hydrogels using citric acid as a cross-linking agent. Okay, so in this work, they had prepared the hydrogels of carboxymethyl cellulose and hydroxyethyl cellulose using citric acid as a cross-linking agent. Here too, they found that on increasing the temperature, citric acid forms anhydride, but twice. During first anhydride formation, it will esterify the hydroxyl group on one polymer chain, and during second anhydride formation, it will esterify the hydroxyl group on the another polymer chain. And in this way, it is going to act as a cross-linking agent. So after studying these 3 research papers properly, the idea came to us, and that idea was citric acid can be used as a cheap and non-toxic cross-linking agent for preparation of BCD grafted cellulose-based hydrogels. Now, before going towards hypothesis, there was a need that we should apply the finer criteria. And what is this final criteria? It is to check whether the work which we are going to perform, whether it is feasible, whether it is interesting, whether it is novel, whether it is ethical, and whether it is relevant. So the first question was whether our work is feasible, and the answer was yes, because the material which was required for our work, it was beta cyclodextrin, the cellulose derivatives, citric acid as a cross-linking agent, sodium hypophosphites as a catalyst, isopropyl alcohol as a washing agent later on, and a model hydrophobic drug, ketoconazole. So all these things were affordable. The equipments which were necessary for preparation of our beta cyclodextrin grafted hydrogels, they were mechanical stirrer, magnetic stirrer, and hot air oven. And of course, these equipments are available in a newly established college also. The equipment which was required for evaluation, that is to check the drug loading and drug release, it was the UV visible spectrophotometer. So everything was affordable, everything was available in our laboratory, and hence this work was feasible. The second question was whether the work is interesting. Of course, I was having personal interest in this work. Okay, I was having my own personal interest in this work. And also I found that most of the multidisciplinary journals, they were interested in such type of work in between 2009 and 2012. Therefore, the answer to this question was also yes. The third question was whether this work is novel. Of course, we had seen that similar type of work was not reported by anyone at that time. And so the answer to this question was also yes. Next question was whether this work is ethical, and the answer was yes, because later on we were going to take the approval from Institutional Animal Ethical Committee for implantation test of our prepared hydrogels on rats. So the work was ethical. And last question was whether this work is relevant. Of course, this work was relevant for what we had thought. Of course, it was going to give us a proper answer to our research question. So the answer was yes. And so we went towards construction of hypothesis. And our hypothesis was citric acid cross-linked cyclodextrin cellulose derivative based hydrogels may improve loading and extend the release of poorly soluble drugs. So we moved further for testing that hypothesis with the help of the experimentation. So which experiments we had performed that I have mentioned over here. Of course, I'm not going to go in detail. I will explain the things in short. Okay. So firstly, we prepared the beta cyclodextrin grafted cellulose based hydrogel films. Of course, 3 hydrogel films were prepared. We had changed the polymer. We had changed the cellulose derivative in each case. The first was BCD HPMC hydrogel film. Second was BCD grafted CMC hydrogel film. And third one was BCD grafted HEC hydrogel films. While preparing these hydrogel films, we had changed the concentration of beta cyclodextrin and citric acid in order to check what was their effect on the grafting of beta cyclodextrin, the extent of cross-linking, the swellability, drug loading, and drug release, etc. For characterization, we performed C13 NMR analysis, solid state C13 NMR analysis, ATR FTR analysis, and also the thermal analysis. Of course, these 3 things were outsourced. In case of evaluation, we determined the beta cyclodextrin content, because if we are going to graft the beta cyclodextrin, there is a need that we should determine how much beta cyclodextrin has been grafted to our polymer chains. So we had determined the beta cyclodextrin content by using phenolphthalein assay. We determined the carboxyl content by using acid-base back titration. Okay, the both methods or both evaluation methods were very simple and they were easy to perform in laboratory. We performed the swelling studies in buffer. We performed the drug loading and drug release. We performed the hemocompatibility study. Later on, we performed MTT cytotoxicity assay, which was also outsourced, and we performed the implantation test in order to check how our hydrogels are going to behave when we just insert them as implants into the subcutaneous pouches of the rats. Okay, we were just going to check how will be the inflammatory response to our hydrogels. So whatever data we received, we started analyzing that data. Firstly, we successfully prepared the citric acid cross-linked beta cyclodextrin grafted cellulose based hydrogels by esterification cross-linking mechanism. You can see over here, the first hydrogel was HPMC hydrogel. Here you can see the BCD CMC hydrogel, and third one was BCD HEC hydrogel. Okay, so we successfully prepared the hydrogel, and we had seen what type of, or we had just predicted what type of grafting and what type of cross-linking is possible in our hydrogels. So two types of graftings were possible in our hydrogels when we are using citric acid as cross-linking agent, and four types of cross-linkings are possible. In first type of cross-linking, two polymer chains are directly cross-linked by our citric acid. In second type of cross-link, you can see that one cyclodextrin molecule is inserted in between the two citric acid monomers, and in this way, second type of cross-link is taking place. In third type of cross-link, more than one cyclodextrin molecules are getting interlinked. Okay, and from crosslink type 2 and crosslink type 3, you can easily understand that whenever there is crosslink type 2 and crosslink type 3 formation, the distance in between the polymer chains is increasing. Means in short, it is going to increase the swellability of our hydrogel. It is going to increase the porosity of our hydrogels. Later on, we performed the phenolphthalein assay. Okay, and from the phenolphthalein assay, we came to know that on increasing the concentration of BCD in the feed, the active BCD content in our hydrogels is going to increase. Of course, we classified the beta cyclodextrin into two types, active beta cyclodextrin and inactive beta cyclodextrin. Now, what is the difference in between active beta cyclodextrin and inactive beta cyclodextrin? Of course, after grafting, there will be certain cyclodextrin molecules which can easily entrap the hydrophobic drug molecule. But there will be certain cyclodextrin molecules which cannot easily entrap the drug molecule. This can happen due to certain obstruction at their opening. Okay, that can be due to obstruction of polymer chains or certain steric hindrance at the opening of the cyclodextrin cavity. So the cyclodextrin which can easily form the complex, there will be the active beta cyclodextrin, and the cyclodextrin which cannot form the complex easily, there will be the inactive beta cyclodextrin. For our study, the active beta cyclodextrin content was more important for us. We also found that increasing the citric acid concentration, it decreased the active BCD content, because whenever we increase the citric acid concentration, there will be increase in the number of cross-link formation, and when there is increase in the number of cross-link formation, of course, the obstruction to the cavity of grafted beta cyclodextrin is going to increase. Later on, the result of carboxyl content was on increasing the citric acid concentration, there was increase in the carboxyl content of our hydrogels. On performing the characterization, that is C13 NMR, ATR FTR analysis, and thermal analysis, we found that the results of our characterization study, they confirmed the results of phenolphthalein assay, carboxyl content, and they also confirmed that there was formation of ester linkages. Yeah. So here you can see the sample result which we obtained for BCD CMC hydrogel. Here you can see towards left hand side the NMR result, and towards right hand side you can see the result of ATR FTIR. Okay, so here in NMR, we observed that the peak of CMC at 178.19 ppm, it was broadened in case of non-grafted hydrogel and BCD grafted hydrogel. And this broadening of peak suggests that there is formation of ester crosslinks. On the other hand, if we compare the peak of anhydroglucose carbons, which usually occurs in between 70 to 80 ppm, the intensity of the carbonyl anhydroglucose carbonyl peak or anhydroglucose carbon peak in this region was increased in case of BCD grafted hydrogel. If you compare it with non-grafted hydrogel, the peak intensity is less. But in BCD grafted hydrogel, the peak intensity of the carbons which are related to the anhydroglucose unit, that was increased, which suggests that there was grafting of beta cyclodextrin. On the other hand, in case of our ATR FTR analysis, the peak at 1722 per centimeter, okay, you can see one small peak in case of all the hydrogel films, and that peak belongs, or that peak occurs at 1722 per centimeter. This peak resembles ester carbonyl stretching, which suggests that there was formation of ester linkages. Similarly, from thermal analysis also, we got an idea that there was grafting of cyclodextrin, and whenever there is increase in citric acid concentration, there is increase in the extent of cross-linking. From swelling study, we came to know that as the active BCD content of our hydrogels is increasing, the swellability of hydrogels is increasing. When we performed the drug loading and release study, we found that increasing the active BCD content and swellability of our hydrogel increased the drug loading, and also it extended the drug release. Of course, when you increase the active BCD content, at that time, there will be complexation, decomplexation phenomena, as I have explained previously, and this is going to extend the release. Also, due to increase in the swellability, there will be increase in the diffusion path length, and therefore there will be extension of the drug release. So the same results can be seen over here. You can see that as the cyclodextrin content is increasing in our hydrogel, the swellability is also increasing. On the other hand, there is decrease in the release. Means the release is getting extended over here. Later on, when we performed the hemocompatibility, MTT assay, and implantation test, we came to know that all the hydrogel films were biocompatible. And from analysis of entire data, we came to one conclusion, and that conclusion was citric acid cross-linked cyclodextrin cellulose derivative-based hydrogels. They of course improved the loading and also extended the release of poorly soluble drugs. After giving the conclusion, we came to know that yes, our hypothesis was proved over here, and therefore we moved towards the last step, that is communication of our results, and our results were communicated in IJ Biomac. So in IJ Biomac, we communicated the results related to HPMC. In carbohydrate polymers, we communicated the result related to CMC, and in Journal of Applied Polymer Science, we communicated the result related to hydroxyethyl cellulose hydrogel films. Okay. Coming to the last part, one of the most important feature of the scientific method is the repeatability. Means whenever you conduct any experimentation and you report your results, when some other scientist is going to refer the same procedure, your result should be replicable. And that is the most important thing in case of scientific method. Means whatever you are going to do and later on publish, if some another scientist refers the same work, he should get similar type of results. So in year 2019, we came across this research paper, which was published in Aquaculture Research, where the scientists from Thailand, they had used our procedure of preparation of BCD CMC hydrogel films for their work. Means their work was intended to release the oxytetracycline in water where shrimp is usually cultured. Because during shrimp culture, usually there is a problem of microbial growth in water. Okay, the water becomes contaminated, and that creates obstruction in growth of the shrimp in that water. So they had used the hydrogels which were prepared by using our method. They loaded those hydrogels with oxytetracycline in order to release that drug into the water in slowly manner, so that the microorganisms can be controlled in that water. So it is really a proud feeling whenever the procedure which you have done is used by someone else in their work. At last, I would state that without the scientific method, you might end up with the random explanations to your research problem. And also, you may not get proper data to explain or proper data to back up your explanation. So the scientific methodology is the most important thing in pharmaceutical research as well as life sciences. So that's all about the scientific methods in the pharmaceutical research. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request the participants to raise their questions. The panel is open. Participants, you can raise your hands or you can unmute yourself, else you can drop the questions in the chat box also.
Sir, there is one question from YouTube that one of the
Yes.
student is asking that what is the impact of excipients while designing any formulation? Whether the excipient plays an important role along with the drug which is there coated. So this type of question has been asked by one of the student.
Yes, of course, the excipients are going to affect the performance of your drug. In some cases, the excipients increase the solubility. In some cases, the excipient is going to help you to extend the drug release. Okay, so in this way, the excipients are also having some important role. Nowadays, most of the research which is carried out, that is mostly focused on the excipients instead of the drug. Okay, so in my research also, you can see that I have focused more on the polymers and cyclodextrin instead of drug, because the drug which I have used was a model drug. So excipient does has greater impact over here whenever you are formulating any formulation.
Okay, sir.
So there is another question from the delegates, from the student. They want to know that how to decide which kind of excipients can be used while preparing any kind of formulation, and what is its relevance to its hydrophilicity and olefhilicity. So this is the question asked.
Of course, whenever you are going to select any excipient, firstly, you have to do a proper literature survey. Whenever you read most of the research papers, okay, when you read the complete research papers, you come to know how each and every excipient in that research paper is going to behave. Okay, that is going to give you a general idea about those excipients. Okay, and then only you are going to use those excipients in your study. What was the latter part which you said?
That they are asking that what is the impact of the drug's nature, that is whether it suppose if the drug is oleophilic or hydrophilic.
Of course, now if your drug is hydrophilic, no doubt the excipient which you are using, it depends upon what type of formulation you are creating. That is the first thing. If your drug is hydrophilic, of course, you are going to use the polymers which will be hydrophilic over here in your formulation. Suppose you want to use hydrophobic polymer, of course, there should be a proper intention, because along with hydrophilic drug, if you are using a hydrophobic type of polymer, in that case, there can be a possibility that it is intentional or it is unintentional. Intention can be you want to extend the drug release. Okay, unintentionally, it is going to create the problems.
Okay, sir, there is another one question from the student that how hydrogels and hydrophobic components interact when they come in contact with natural or semi-synthetic polymers.
Of course, as I have said, whenever the hydrophobic drug, you are using a hydrophobic drug with hydrophilic polymer, okay, there is a possibility that there will not be a proper compatibility in between your hydrophilic polymer chain and the hydrophobic drug. Right, means mostly whenever you are going to prepare, suppose I will give you an example. If you are preparing a sustained release tablet, while preparing a sustained release tablet, you are using a hydrophobic drug along with a hydrophilic polymer. In that case, the release of your drug is not going to happen in proper way, and in that case you have to use some other excipients, such as you can use certain surfactant in your formulation, or you can use certain acidifying agent, of course, if your drug is basic type of drug. In that way, you have to increase the solubility of your drug if you are using hydrophilic polymer for the hydrophobic drug. Right, so if the things are opposite, you have to think in that way, and that can happen only if you refer maximum research papers.
Okay, thank you, sir. There is another question from delegates that this is the basic question they are trying to know, that what actual is the difference between R&D and F&D department?
I would simply say that the industrial person would nicely answer this question. So I admit that I would not be able to give proper justice to this question.
So any other question from the delegates? Okay, over to you, Sneha ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. Amelia, sincere thanks to you, sir, for this session. And we really appreciate your efforts for making this session really interesting and explaining the scientific methods in the pharmaceutical research, explaining the role of the polymers, excipients in the formulation. Thank you so much.
I also thank the organizing committee for giving me an opportunity to speak over here in this international workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, participants, we will be moving towards the next session, that is the international. Sorry, we will be having a break now. So there is a break for 15 to 20 minutes. We will be resuming after the 20 minutes.
Madam, hello?
Yes, sir.
Shall we continue?
Okay, we have to continue, sir.
If the guests are there, we will continue. Because only one
Okay,
session
no
is remaining.
problem.
Only one session is remaining.
Okay. So we will be continuing the session, that is the International Student Discussion Panel and the question answer session, in which there will be the Dr. S.D. Ambare sir as a chairperson and Dr. Abhinandan Patil sir as a co-chairperson. It will be my honor to introduce them in brief. Dr. Shirish Ambare sir is currently working as a dean at School of the Pharmaceutical Sciences, Sanjay Godawat University, Kolhapur. He has completed his PhD with gold medal merit in pharmacology from the Bharati Vidyapit University, Pune. His M.Pharm in pharmacology from the University of Pune and B.Pharm from the Shivaji University, Kolhapur. He has completed a general course in the intellectual properties from the World Intellectual Property Organization, Geneva, and he's having the hands-on tissue culture training. Now moving towards another introduction to Dr. Abhinandan sir. Abhinandan Patil is working as an assistant professor at the School of the Pharmacy at Sanjay Godawat University, Kolhapur. He has got his PhD in pharmaceutical sciences from D.Y. Patil University, Kolhapur. He has received the research grant from the Inspire Scheme Department of the Science and Technology, India, for his PhD. His PhD project was awarded as the Startup Hero of the Maharashtra state from Make in India scheme, Government of India. Now I would announce that the panel is open for the discussion, so everyone can raise their questions.
Okay, good morning to one and all, and good afternoon to the delegates, and good evening to the many of the delegates from the different parts of the country. Thank you for the introduction. In this workshop, we are introducing the concept of international student discussion panel. We generally know that students are the assets and backbone of not only an institute or university, but they are the pillars of any nation. The pandemic situation has made us realize that we need a Ramban solution to end this outbreak. This is only possible by working united, and we need the students from all the section to work together for the betterment of mankind. In this regard, as a start, we are introducing this panel discussion and will know what a student generally think they do or work in regards to the research. So we will share the ideation of the students, and here we will share the ideation of the students, and let's have the interaction with the students face to face. So here I'm going to introduce the two students. That is one of the students from Iran, that is Mazome Nazarabi, and another student from Australia, that is Mr. Saurabh Pise. So both of the students, they are going to share their research idea, and after their sharing their research idea, the panel will be open for the discussion, and I believe that this is the golden chance for the each students who are present over here to share their ideas and ask their questions. So I just want Sonali ma'am to introduce the guest student delegate here, that is Miss Nazarabi Maiso from Iran. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay, sir. It is my honor to introduce her. Uh, she has completed, she has been working as a freelance research assistant in the Nanostructures Biopolymers Research Lab, Institute of the Nanoscience and Nanotechnology, University of the Kashan, Iran. She has completed her Masters of the Medicinal Chemistry from the University of the Technology Shiraz, Iran, and she has completed her bachelor's of the in the pure chemistry from the Kashan University, Kashan in Iran. She has published various papers in the different journals. She has attended the different conferences, and she is having the teaching experience in the Germany at the Guftar No Institute and Kashan, Iran. Also, she has been teaching as and having experience in the organic chemistry undergraduate course, Kashan University in Iran. She is having the research experience also at the Nanostructures and Biopolymer Research Lab, Institute of the Nanoscience and Nanotechnology at the University of Kashan, Iran. And she has been honored and ranked top 0.4% in the national wide university entrance exams for the MSc program. She has she has been certified in the workshop of the application of the potentiostat galvanostat devices in analysis batteries and the super capacitors. So this was a brief introduction about the ma'am. Over to you, ma'am. And participants, you can ask the questions. Ma'am, can you please unmute yourself?
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. I'm very grateful for your kind introduction, Mom. Sometimes dreams are wiser than waking, so follow your dreams. Today, I'm honored to speak as an international student speaker about my research project, which are on drug delivery systems. My presentations are included 6 categories. In the introduction part, I will speak briefly about history of drug discovery. Then I will speak about the problems regarding this issue. We will have a literature review and appreciation and references at the end. History of drug discovery. Before the 19th century, medicine were concocted with a mixture of empiricism and prayer. Trial and error or mystical theories were basis of the works of pharmacopoeias. Rational treatments and rational drug design were based either on doctrine of humor or signature. By the first part of the 19th century, the roots of modern pharmacy had taken hold with a wave of heroic medicine. Diseases were identified by symptoms, and attacking the symptom was the high road to health. In the second half of the 19th century, things changed remarkably as the Industrial Revolution brought technological development to manufacturing and agriculture. Thus, numerous cults took center stage in the world of pharmacopoeias. In 1906, Paul Ehrlich, the Nobel Prize winner, termed the coin of magic bullets for the first time. He envisioned that drug, like a bullet fired on from gun, can deliver to specific targets and kill some microbia over there. His research as a chemotherapeutic agent, first chemotherapeutic agent. it was the birth of chemotherapy. And nowadays, we live in the world of drugs for pain, drugs for allergies, drugs for mental health, drugs for pleasure. Drugs that have been rationally designed and have been synthesized and engineered in the factory or purified from nature. Also, we can modify drug risk profile and pharmacokinetic parameters for the improvement of their efficacy as well as patient convenience, and to deliver drug
चालू है 2 बजे
allows to deliver the drug at the rate directed by the of body during the period, the special period of treatment. So, but current drugs therapies have disadvantages. Drugs can be inhibited by juice, can be metabolic before reaching target cell. So how can we overcome these issues? By improving rate of drug delivery, decreasing biodegradation, site-specific targeting, administer injectable medication in oral form, applying costly multiple dose and long-term therapies, and finally, utilizing inexpensive, potent, time-releasing, and self-triggering formulation. Therefore, various types of drug delivery systems have been introduced. Drug delivery system types categorized into 4: oral-based, injection-based, transdermal-based, and based drug delivery systems. All the ultimate goal of these types of drug delivery systems are to administer drugs at the right time and at the right dose anywhere in the body with a specificity and efficiency. Let's have a closer look on carrier-based drug delivery systems. Typically, the most typical drug delivery systems are including liposomes, solid nanoparticles, dendrimers, microspheres, and polymeric nanomicelles, and so on, such as hydrogel. I want to pay attention more specifically to polymeric nanomicelle as a novel approach. They are solid colloidal particles ranging in size from 10 to 1000 nanometer. Drug may be dissolved, entrapped, encapsulated, or chemically attached particle. In this area, drug also can be absorbed on the surface of these nanoparticles. Polymer-based nanoparticles effectively carry drugs protein genes to the target cell organs. Their nanometer size promotes effective permeation through cell membrane and increases stability in bloodstream. Furthermore, there are some other advantages such as high drug loading, capacity control drug release, excellent biocompatibility, and so on. Herein, we can see the most up-to-date published paper on nanomicelle by Indian scientists, Professor Priti Goyal and her co-workers. They synthesize a nanomicelle which the outer shell, the hydrophilic part, is made of dextran, and the inner core is the cholesterol as a hydrophobic moiety. The drug interacts inside the core of nanomicelles, and this nanomicelle drug delivery system showed high drug loading and release efficiency for colon targeting. And our group at Kashan University in Iran also synthesized another type of nanomicelle, which is based on methoxypolyethylene glycol, isopropyl oxazoline as a hydrophilic chain, which was chemically functionalized with hydrogen and bonded to doxorubicin as a model drug. Didoxorubicin is the only hydrophobic part inside the core of nanomicelle. The copolymer chains self-assemble in aqueous media and form nanomicelles. Micelles also show sensitivity towards pH and temperature alteration. In our recently published work, we synthesized another type of nanomicelle, which is a tri-block copolymer. This copolymer is fabricated from methoxy polyethylene glycol, polyethylene oxazoline, and polycaprolactam. The systemic moiety was applied as a linker between the two chain of polymer ABC and CBA. And also the copolymer chains self-assembled in the aqueous media and curcumin entrapped inside the nanomicelles. These nanomicelles also is multi-stimuli responsive, which shows responsibility toward pH, GSH, and temperature alteration in the media. And as you can see herein, if you are eager and you want to find more information related to drug delivery systems, you can find our Google Scholar links or LinkedIn page by searching my name, Masoum Nazar Abi, or my professor's name, Mohsen Ashari. We will be happy to answer your question regarding to drug delivery systems. I just opportunity to thank my strong support of my family and friends. Furthermore, I'm enthusiastic to thank truly the most remarkable professor, Dr. Ashari, Dr. Muradan, Dr. Behruz, and Dr. Nekwi, which I encountered in my academic journey. I also would like to appreciate the respected professor of the SGU University for giving me this unique opportunity. God bless them and their family. Here also you can see the references that I used in my presentation. And as a final word, you can see the portrait of Professor Emmanuelle Charpentier. She is the winner of Nobel in microbiology. She quoted that women in science can have a long-lasting effect. And I wholeheartedly wish to be in her place one day. And not only I wish this position for myself, but also I wish to see many women in this position. Thanks for your kind attention.
Okay, it was very nice presentation from Ms. Nazarabi. So I'm happy. Now students, be ready with your questions because now I'm going to introduce Mr. Saurabh Pise from South Auckland University, Australia. So he's going to give the short introduction related to his research work. And after his presentation, then the dice will be open to each and everyone, and they can ask the questions related to research or whatever they having the urge to know what exactly is the scenario or research conditions over Iran or over the Australia. So over to you, Sonali ma'am. Just introduce to Mr. Saurabh Pise.
Now I would like to introduce to our next panelist, Mr. Saurabh Kiran Pise. He has completed his Bachelor of Science from Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Master of Science from D.Y. Patel University, Kolhapur, and Masters of Biotechnology from University of Adelaide, Australia. He has experience in investigation of residues important for CAPS-D function in Streptococcus pneumoniae and effect of cobalt ferrate nanoparticles hypothermia treatment on benzene-induced cancer in the chick model. So we have with us highly passionate biologist, recent postgraduate, Mr. Saurabh Pise with us. Over to you, sir.
Okay, Saurabh, you just can connect and you can start with your presentation.
Yeah. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. First of all, at the first instance, I would like to thank for great introduction. And also, I would like to thank Dr. Abhinandan Patil for giving me this beautiful opportunity to collaborate with each and every one of you. So can I start, sir?
Yes, you can start with your presentation.
Yeah. So just I'm going to give you a brief introduction of my research project, which I have done in my Master of Biotechnology Biomedical Science program in 2019. So I will just give you a brief idea. So my research work was based on investigation of residues important for CPSD function in Streptococcus pneumonia. So Streptococcus pneumonia is a gram-positive opportunistic
Sir,
extracellular
just an
pathogen.
apology.
Yeah.
I think you
Sorry.
have not shared your screen. Just check whether you have shared your screen.
Sorry, I'll just try to share with you.
Okay.
Just give it a sec, document. I found, sorry about the interjection, sir. I'm trying to share with you screen. Hello. Can you see, sir? I'm not sure why it's gonna.
Yes, your screen is visible on the mobile. Okay, you can just start with your
Yeah, on the mobile, yeah. Because currently I'm outside, so just trying to connect with you through phone. Is that fine, sir?
Yes, you can start with your presentation.
Yeah. So as you see, I'm going to start with the background of a Streptococcus pneumonia. It's also called as pneumococcus. I'm going to give you a little bit idea about my entire work. So it's a gram-positive opportunistic and extracellular pathogen. It's mainly infect human upper respiratory tract, and it leads to invasive inflammatory diseases such as pneumonia, otitis media. It is also called as middle ear infection, meningitis, and because of this, around 27 to 65% children are asymptomatic, means it doesn't show any symptoms at the first instance, and 10% adults are carriers of this infection. And because of pneumococcal infection, the annual deaths have been recorded around 1.6 million worldwide. Uh, Children are the most carriers of this infection. Uh, the below 5 years of age, we can see the infected children around 0.7 to 1 million around the world. And because of excessive number of the infectious patients, World Health Organization has added in a top 12 priority pathogen in 2017. There is a big concern with the current vaccine is a risk of replacement for a non-vaccine serotypes. Means mainly they have found the serotype replacement. So current vaccines are not effective, in order to give a protection to a serotype replaced serotypes. Then Streptococcus pneumonia, another concern with this Streptococcus pneumonia is antimicrobial resistance. So altogether, these problems lead us to find a new antimicrobial drug target in order to reduce the pneumococcal infection. So here I'm going to give you a introduction of pneumococcal virulence factors. So here we can see virulence factors such as hyaluronate lysate, and mainly they are found outermost layer of the Streptococcus pneumonia. So here we can see the pili, PSPC, autolysin, CBPA, pneumolysine, PSPA, neuroamidase, IgA1 protease, cell wall, cell membrane, and capsule. So our main focus was on capsule, because capsule, we can see the outermost layer of the Streptococcus pneumonia. So it's easy to target and to reduce the pneumococcal viral infection. So as I said, it is a major virulence factor. So we decided to focus, or we decided to target polysaccharide capsule. It is a made up of polysaccharide, and it is the first identified known protein antigen and Streptococcus pneumonia. It's a outermost layer, as you can see in the above diagram of pneumococcal virulence factors. And it's more than 95 types of serotypes are presently identified or found. So here, then in the next slide, I'm going to discuss about the regulation of capsular biosynthesis. The length of capsular chain and the generation of capsular in the WZY dependent synthesis are regulated by tyrosine phosphorylation. So altogether, CPS, capsular A, B, C, and D, these are the common genes where we can see in the diagram. So we decided to focus on these common genes. It's altogether called as phosphoregulatory system. So CPSA is also called as WZZ. Here we can see in a yellow line. CPSB is also called as WZH, and C is called as WZD, and D is also called as WZE. So CPSCD. So our main focus was on CPSCD, because the 19 amino acid tail of CPSC is required to activate CPSD protein. So because of this interaction, it is together called as a CPSD protein, and it is in an activation form. So here we can see a serotype specific, like from E to from O to up to O. Here we can see a slight difference or slight changes according to the serotypes type. So but CPSA to CPSD, here we can find a common in every serotype. So as I said, we mainly focused on CPSA to CPSD. Hence, this is altogether called as phosphotyrosine protein phosphatase. Like here, they have given like a specific detail about CPSB. It's called as a phosphotyrosine protein phosphatase. CPSC and CPSD is a bacterial tyrosine kinases, and these all are member of phosphoregulatory system, and also it is important for regulation of capsular polysaccharides. And scientists have found that mutation in all lead to encapsulated bacteria. So based on literature, we decided to target this CPSCD. Hence, I'm going to give a brief introduction of our aims of our research. So our research was divided into two parts. Mainly, we have made mutants of. So can you hear me? Hello. 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 Sir.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Is there any problem?
No, sir, you can continue.
Yes. So I'm just wanna give you a introduction of our aims of our. Just give me a sec. Yeah. So our work was mainly divided into two parts. Previous, I'm going to give you a introduction of my first aim. Previous work has produced a structure of C terminus of CPSC that is fused to CPSD. In the above figure, we can clearly see, and I've also uh, gave an arrow over here. Uh, Here we can see in the membrane section, it is a membrane bound CPSD present over here, and the CPSD is just below. It is inside, you can see here. So it is a tyrosine rich cluster you can see at the end, and these are the parts of CPSD, that is Walker A motif, Walker B motif, and Walker A motif in the middle. So this is the structure of CPS-CD formation. So for that purpose, we targeted CPS-CD, and we made mutants of it to check which residue is important and which residue is responsible to reduce the phosphorylation of CPSD. Interestingly, we could find important residues that showed less, you can say, decreased level of tyrosine phosphorylation, but it is not CPS-D1, but it is we found transphosphorylation, reduced level of transphosphorylation. So for next thing, that is our next aim, CPSD as a drug target. So we are going to develop that in the future, but we already developed some inhibitor assays by using drugs. It was in a liquid form, and we developed inhibitor assays by using those drugs. By my supervisor didn't specify the name of drug, that compound. So we unable to detect a noticeable decreased level of phosphorylation of CPS-CD. So we decided to go on to next step for our research. So in our research, we mainly expressed CPS-CD protein, and we checked the expression by using sodium dodecyl sulfate SDH page blue stand STS page, and also we use a second step, that is second method, that is Western immunoblot, and in that method we used antibodies and anti-CPS-CD, and also we use inducer with our protein sample uh, to detect our protein of interest, that is CPSD. Here we can see in the diagram the page blue stand STS page visualization. Here you can see the band. This is a wild type, that is a wild type CPSD without IPTG and with IPTG, and mutants. Here we can see the difference. No, with IPTG, where we can see a thick band, and without IPTG we can't see expressed band. So this is the just a general you can say basic information of my research project. So yeah, it's still ongoing. So many students are working on it, but I'm fortunate because I was a part of this great and big project, because it is mainly funded by Australian Women's and Children Hospital, and it is a big project. They are working on this since 2017, and it's still going on. And as I said, we got promising result that we could find important residues, even though they are not particularly for CPSD. autophosphorylation, but it could reduced, or it could gives us decreased level of transphosphorylation. So I'm quite happy with my work. So hopefully in the future it will go at a proper direction, and we will get again possible, promising results and good results in the future. And hope I hope I tried to explain at my end. And the I'm ready for your questions, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity once again. And thank you so much, Abhinandan sir, and everyone. Thank you.
Okay, nice presentation, Saurabh.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
So we are delighted that you have given your time and also presented the research work that was been carried out by you in South Adelaide University in Australia.
Yes.
So
yeah.
this panel is open for the discussion. So I just request all the delegates to ask their questions or any queries related to the part which was explained by Ms. Nazarabi or by Mr. Pise. Okay, so this is a good opportunity for all the students. So you can start with the questions. Yes. Yes, delegates. Yes, Mr. Hamid Hari, do you have any question?
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, Neha, you can ask the question.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah.
My name is Neha Gaikwad. I am first year B Pharmacy student from Sanjay Ghodawat University. What is a IPTG?
It's a inducer. It's an inducer mainly used when we make lysate, bacterial cell lysate. So we add IPTG inducer. There are so many types of inducer. So it's just one need we use to induce protein, our protein of interest. In this case, our protein of interest was CPSD. So we just wanted to see the difference, like our protein was expressed or not.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Sir, what types of books I can refer in pharmacy and research related?
Books, but I can specify some online talks of expert. There is a Khan Academy and all, so I used to follow such kind of videos online in order to clear my concepts. So yeah, I highly reckon that you have to follow such things while studying, and if you want to clarify your doubts and all. Sometimes we couldn't catch all the things in the classroom, so it's better to look out all the lectures, so it's good.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay,
Yeah,
same
it's in a short time. It's in a short time. If you want to refer books, the books are also a great thing to follow.
Yeah, so
But if you want to clarify
okay.
Yeah.
So same question, the student was asking that what kind of book should be referred. I just want to know from Nazarabi. Okay, Miss Nazarabi, can you, is my sound audible to you?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, students are asking that what kind of books should be referred while studying the pharmacy. So can you illustrate on it? Can you give the information regarding that part?
Pardon me, can you repeat your question?
Students are asking that during the pharmacy study curriculum, which kind of books should they have to refer?
Okay. My bachelor was on chemistry, and my master degree was on medicinal chemistry. So I in my master degree medicinal chemistry books that they were really alluring for me. And apart from this, organic chemistry is really essential for all pharmacists, since they can create some novel drugs when they have good knowledge regarding this issue.
Okay. Himanshu, ask your question.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is
Good
with
afternoon.
both sir and ma'am. That my question is how to measure social innovation intent among students, and what is the right questionnaire and a research methodology book to refer, and how to publish a quality research work among a group of a student.
Okay. If you want to publish a really high qualified article, you have to first research about the project, about the idea you have to gain enough knowledge. Then you will understand the pros and cons of that area, and you can have an innovative idea to publish in related journals. So all things are related to knowledge. If you have good knowledge and you are a creative person, so you will be able to publish highly reputed works.
Yeah. So
Yes.
can I start? Yeah. So just this is good to go before into research. Good to have a look about present literature and find a research question. It's it's good to look out research question, and it's better to communicate with your supervisor or is in any responsible person who can able to help you in order to perform, in order to publish. So it's better to go with all the steps before you enter into the actual research. It's good to read all the literature, find research question, plan and design methodology. So these are the you can say utmost important part before publishing and before go into the research. So these are the basic steps you need to fulfill before you go into research. So at your end, sir. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello, Saurabh.
Yes.
So in our university, so I would like to, on behalf of all students, I would like to ask you that in our university, there are the many students who are good in studies, as well as their aim is to go for higher studies in foreign countries. So, what would you suggest them how they should start and at what is the right time? Suppose they are in the first year. Now we have formed the first year group, research group we have formed, and in the research group there are very active students are there.
Yes,
But
yes,
when
yes.
they are
I
doing
agree.
research,
Yeah, yeah.
when they
I
are
agree
doing
with
the
you,
research,
sir. And
yeah.
yeah, so if someone is very keen and passionate about research, so just basically I belong to a very small town, and I have a Marathi medium background. So I started my preparing for IELTS and started preparing for English language when I was in masters. So I just joined basic English speaking class, and then I used to listen to so many uh, English news, international news, BBC news, like that. So just before you go to IELTS is a very you can say intermediate level, very vast level. So before joining, so just make sure to uh, complete all the basics and clear all the basics of English. So that would definitely help uh, while preparing for IELTS examination and all. And for research, for the basic thing is find your interest, area of interest, and according to the interest, plan your journey. First off, if you want to go into medical research, then a plan in which stream you want to go. So first, like for example, botany, zoology, microbiology, there are a number of branches, but still under one roof. But just make sure while choosing your path, just be specific. And for IELTS, as I said, just make sure clear all the basics of your English, and things will be definitely all right, for sure.
Okay,
I
thank you.
think I could able to clear your questions, sir. Answers. Is that okay?
So one more thing is that, so this is from the students' point of view. Like students are, they have to, obviously they have to be good in English because they are going in English countries, and they have to study all professional courses on English. That is the one part that student can do. What do we expect from university side? What kind of help we can provide to the students? As your point of view, as you enter into the foreign countries, you were here, as you said that you are from the rural background and there was a problem for English, you cover it by yourself. But suppose as a institute, we want to help the students. We obviously want to help the students. So what is your opinion? What we should do for them?
Just based on my experience, I highly reckon that instead of focusing on theoretical part, it's good to organize some seminars, to more seminars, a number of seminars, increase a number of seminars. Try to arrange the such seminars where they can introduce such topics related to their field. So togetherly they can what I should say, they can able to clear their concepts as well as they know how to talk in front of people. So our education system is mainly based on theoretical part. So they just prepare for the examination. But in my case, in my first presentation, I was not able to talk a single word when I was in bachelor's. So here they just give a particular topic, a paper. So this is a research paper. Just split the research paper between 2-3 people, among 2-3 people, and just present by yourself. So the thing is, what the end product is, they know how to explain, they know how to speak. So that's the main thing. So institution must focus on presentation, how to talk, how to present your topic, and one should include the topic which is a cohort of your syllabus. So togetherly they are able to cover their examination, you can say preparation of examination, and also they can develop their personality by talking more.
Yes.
So these are the great thing. So one should start one. Matlab, I think a university or institute must take initiative to do such things. And this is the great question, sir. This is a great question. I like your question, I must say.
Thank you. Thank you. So my question to the Nazarabi. So I will not take you much time, but some things to be clear from the student point of view. So Nazarabi, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I can.
So what is your point of view if the students want to go in higher studies? Because you are in most of the time it happens like language barrier or other things are there that the student cannot realize. But once they enter into the some higher studies at that time they realize. So what is your opinion? How they should recognize it? So as you are students, you have done a lot of things. So what you will suggest to the students?
Yes, it's a great question. Since when I wanted to participate in IELTS exam, I had some problems. I didn't know what is the perfect source materials that I can prepare myself for IELTS exam. So it takes a long time for me, at least about 2 months, to prepare the best materials for IELTS exam, since I was using some wrong exam and it is wrong test samples. So it really deviates your way if you don't use excellent source. Besides of this issue, I think the IELTS Cambridge books are the best resource that people can use them without being worried about the structure of the test. And the most important in IELTS exam is a vocabulary. If your vocabularies are high enough, so you will be lucky to take a high score in IELTS exam. So they can daily work on their vocabularies and they can increase their vocabulary. So in reading part, speaking, or other parts, they won't encounter with barriers.
Okay, thank you. So, Abhinandan sir, so over to you. We will take a student question from the students. I will not take your much time.
Okay, sir. Actually, there was a question from the student to Mesame. The question is, there are many hurdles in studying in the most of the cases seen in the case of the girls. So what exactly you're going to suggest? So what kind of things they can do from their side? So they want to know from you.
Are you asking this question from me?
Yeah.
So please repeat your question. I'm sorry.
The question is, the many of the students, they have hurdles while taking the higher education. Specifically, there are certain students, they ask that in the countryside they are not being supported. So in this case, what is your opinion and what can be done?
There are lots of barriers for when, especially for women, when they want to go through and continue to high education level. But the most important matter is their motivation. If they are enough motivated and they have a goal, so they can tackle with all of these barriers. And then, especially, they have the support of their families, so they won't be any issue. They don't need to be worried about barriers, since they can overcome these issues.
Okay, fine. So another question is there from the students, and the question is, how can we make use of social media for the research purpose?
We use social media for research purpose. I didn't get you.
The question is, can we make use of social medias for the research purpose?
Definitely. For instance, for this webinar, I use my Instagram, WhatsApp, and LinkedIn or other social media that I'm using to introduce this triumph. And I always publish my published work. I share my published work with others in social media. In social medias, I can be in contact with others. Especially LinkedIn is an beneficial instrument to be in contact with others and use benefits, take benefit from it.
Okay, Saurabh, what is your opinion regarding this part? Yes, Saurabh, are you there? Is my sound audible to all?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes,
I think
sir.
Saurabh is not
Yes,
there.
yes, yes. Can you see me, sir?
Yes,
Saurabh.
yes.
Saurabh.
Yes. So you were asking about social media, right?
Yes, right.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So for research purpose, yeah, you can you can see if you use social media in a that way, like, you know, you find a research question, as I mentioned in a last answer. So if you want to focus to find out research question, the social media will definitely help you in terms of finding a question, and just make sure that must be an innovative. The if you want to do a research, the research question should be an innovative, and it can be able to publish. So research is mainly end product of research is what? To get published. So you can find social media helpful in such a way. But yeah, I completely agree with the previous speaker that you can find a LinkedIn profile. In LinkedIn, so many professionals, they have mentioned their research work and area of interest in their profiles. So you may find some ideas, research ideas from their profiles. So in this way, you can find it out questions, research questions. That's it.
Okay, Vikrant, you can ask the question. You can unmute and ask the question.
What are the differences between clinical risk and clinical?
There is error in voice.
Vikrant, I think there is a network issue with you.
Yeah, there is an error. Yeah.
Okay, there is another question from one of the students, that how should I manage college studies with some innovative projects and ideas?
Yes, this is the common question in students' mind, and they are facing so many problems because they are interested in research, but the college studies are there. They have to cope up with that also. So they have to pass the exams. Regular exams are there. They have to pass that, and then only their research will be move further. So both of you, what we can suggest for these students? Those are interested in the research, they want to do the research, but they have to manage the regular studies also. So what is your opinion? What do you suggest to them? Because there are many interested students in this kind of and they are facing this kind of situations.
Yeah, that's a good question. Can I?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good question, sir. But at the first instance, I would like to tell them that firstly they must focus on their primary studies. So it's better to finish it up with high performance. And if they get enough, they get enough knowledge and proper knowledge, then they can utilize in their research. The research, if they get all the detailed information of their subject, and at the end while doing PhD or any research work afterwards, so they can be capable to do a proper research. If they don't have enough knowledge, so while doing research, they are, according to me, they are not good enough, because due to a lack of knowledge. So I highly recommend to complete your academic things with high performance. Try to do with high performance, and at the end, you will be all right, completely all right.
A great message from Saurabh, that first of all, you just have to concentrate on your academics, because if you are thorough with your subject, then it will become very easy for you to just deal with the practical aspects, and the pathway for the research, it will be very easy and in the smoother manner. Okay, what is your opinion, Ms. Mazumi?
I agree with Mr. Saro. He is right. Knowledge is so important. Since when they don't have enough knowledge, they encounter with this barrier in laboratories. Since, for instance, if they want to even calculate some formulas, the amount of molecules, they will encounter with problem, how they should start, what they should do. So they have to focus on their study first of all, and as our friend told, they have to pass their primary study with high performance, then they shine in laboratory. Since these completing their academic courses also will give them some new insight. They can be innovative, they can apply those knowledge, they will remember everything. So their research area, their research project will be much more stronger and better.
Okay, any other questions from the delegates or students? Faculty members can also ask the questions. Yes, any other questions from the delegates? Okay, so there is another question, and the question is, while studying, there are different subjects such as pharmaceutics, chemistry, pharmacology. So suppose if they want to do research in any of the subjects, so which subjects they should have to choose?
May I answer the question?
Yeah.
The answer is crystal clear. The topic that they are interested in, the subject that they like to continue, and it's easy but challenging for them. So they have to continue their research interest in the area that they like. For instance, for me, organic chemistry was really fascinating. So I continue my research interest in this area, or the topic right now, medicinal chemistry. All of them are related to organic chemistry. So that's the answer.
Okay, that was a great message that it depends upon your interest. And as Saurabh told that apart from interest, you have to work in coordination with each and every subject. And from that, while doing study, you can develop the interest and you can do the research. Okay, Saurabh, what is your opinion regarding this part?
Regarding research, I think I have already mentioned all the things. Do you have a specific question?
So students are having the question that which subject they have to choose for the research, because they have to face many subjects for the examinations.
Yeah. As I said, they must find out their interest, area of interest. For example, when I was doing masters in stem cells and regenerative medicine, so I was very much interested in tissue engineering and designing machines like that. So I found interest in that. So you will come to know step by step once you get into that. So once you join master's program, so your interest will be more clear, and you can just expand your interest uh, uh, in the PhD. You can just share your idea with your supervisor that I'm interested in this topic, so he or she might help you to get in. So while studying, things are come around step by step. So make sure focus on your studies, and you will come to know with superb idea at the end, for sure.
Okay, any other question from the delegates?
So there is one question from the Hariom Gupta. Okay. What we gain in academics and what is required in industry, why it is always different. So I will start with answering this question because Hariom, your question is right, but universities and all the regulatory bodies, they design the syllabus, and syllabus cannot be changed every year. But every year, not every day, there is a lot of knowledge coming to the field. Okay, so every year there is upgradation. Every day there is upgradation of knowledge that cannot be introduced every day into the syllabus. So universities and schools preparing you for the knowing a basic, and student has to read in their particular interested subject or all subject, what are the upgradations are there, for their magazines are there, journals are there. Students must have the habit to read the journals by understanding the basic. So universities and schools will provide you the basic knowledge to understand what is upgraded. So with the basic knowledge, you can read the journals and you can understand what it is, what is currently happening, and you can upgrade yourself. So what the students are doing, they are just focusing on the syllabus, they completing the syllabus, and they are focusing on the marks and completing the exam. And later they understand that no, this is what is not taught in the academics. Okay, this should not happen. You have to upgrade yourself daily. So that from student point of view, so you have to get upgraded every day. You have to participate in the conferences. You have to participate into the some seminars, workshop, as well as you have to read the journals and all the things which is providing you the upgraded knowledge. So, what is your opinion, Saurabh and Mosmi? Yes, Saurabh, Mosme, yes. What is your opinion? What I said, and the question is why there is a difference, always difference in what is taught in universities and what is required in industry. That was the question. Yes, would you like to say something?
Saurabh, you just unmute yourself.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so to start with, yeah, that's a very great question. I have been facing the same problem, since I finished my master's in Australia. So they always demand, previous experience in your field. So freshers always faces the same challenge and problem. I must say problem, because they don't have a previous experience, and industry demands previous experience for the first job. So it's very unrealistic and unpractical, I must say. So they must find they have to start to make a connections, one who is already in a company, if just to find and to make a connections. That's the only option I can see at the moment. And yeah, industry's requirements are also very much different, and industry's requirements, and yeah, and you said academics, right? So yeah, so academics. So I think I just want to make a note on it. So if while making syllabus and while making everything, institute must correlate or communicate with the industries and find out their requirements. So, and according to their requirements, institute can take an initiative to reframe their syllabus according to their requirements. So uh, after finishing their course, students can easily enter into the companies or industries, with the full of knowledge according to their requirements. So I can see there is one way to, or otherwise they can just make a connections to the industry people, who are already in the industry or companies. So their path will be more easy to get into. So these are the two ways I can see at the moment. So students can, uh, but everyone is facing the same problem at this stage because of current outbreak, and there are so many factors affected. So but things will be all right, and hope for the best. And yeah, that's it at my end.
So, Masume, so you want to say something?
I totally agree with Mr. Zorab, and I think there isn't any additional point that I want to add. He's right. The student has to make connection with industrial section. They have to find connection in order to secure their job in the near future. And if industry and universities have to cooperate with each other to change their curriculum according to the need of industry. And then students so will be able to find directly job easily in industry, and they don't need to be worried about this issue.
Okay, I request the delegates that, especially to the students, that they want to, if they want to ask the question directly, they can ask the question instead of typing in the chat box, because
There
if
are
you are
many questions.
yes, because if you are bold enough to face the panel, then I believe that this is the beginning of your research career. So I say that I request the delegates, especially students, if they want to ask the question directly, they can ask the question. There is no issue.
There are many questions in the chat box. So.
Yes, sir. There are many questions. So I personally believe that the students should directly ask the question.
Hello, sir. Myself, Rushabh Gatole from Trinity College of Commerce, Pune. Sir, I want to ask that can we start, sir, internship from first year of college to acquire more skills and experience in the field? Can we do that or not?
Pardon, can you repeat the question again?
Yes, sir. I repeat, sir. Can I do internship from first year of my college to get more skills and experience in the field? Hello.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So initially, I will give the simple answer. Then the delegates, students will answer you. Suppose if you want to develop a skill related to the any aspects, for example, suppose if you are interested to do the research in the molecular science, n number of the programs, short certificate courses are been available online. So you can take the advantage of that and online platform. And most of them, I believe that they are free of cost. And you can just enroll there. You can get the ideas. You can get the experience there, because there are many workshops conducted nowadays due to the pandemic situations, where they are giving you the direct what do you say, how to handle the instruments and experimental techniques. So this is the way you can just initiate the thing.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay, apart from that, I just want to know from Dean sir also and from the student delegates that what is their opinion.
Yes, Abhinandan sir, very good. I would like to add in this that to bridge the gaps between the industry and academia. As like in our university, what we are doing, we are finding what are the not included in the syllabus, and we are forming the short courses for our students. Same way, other institutes also can do that. They can identify the gaps. What is the requirement of industry that should be understood, and according to that, student knowledge should be given to the students. So we are working on that, and we have developed the courses that can be opted as an additional course, or you can say the value-added course, and they can do that. That is included in the NEP also. That is our national education policy. Right now, what is its frame? So that provision is there in that national education policy also. So henceforth, there will be the advantage to the students. They can opt any type of additional course, and they can follow your passion. So over to you.
Yes, sir. Okay, so students, that is Mr. P
So
said, and
delegate Saurabh and
Yes.
okay.
Yeah,
you can just
it's a good idea, sir. It's a good idea. Yeah. So it's good to do an internship in vacation. I highly recommend in the vacation, particularly, and summer internships. I don't know about current scenario of internships in India, but you can definitely, in order to enhance your skills, as Abhinandan sir said, yeah, you can definitely join such kind of internships to develop or enhance your skills and to get more experience. So while applying, once you apply for the job, so they can easily understand how good you are and how experienced and skilled you are. So yeah, definitely these are the backup, you can say the additional things may help you in order to get the first and new job. So definitely, I highly reckon to do such kind of courses, internship, or go for it. Good luck.
Good. Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
Already,
that's it. Yeah, you can.
yes. I think already Dr. Abden and Mr. Zora answered the question. I just can recap that a student has to participate, students have to participate in different workshops, and plus they can participate in internship courses or internship period. Through this way, they can increase their knowledge. Yes.
Very good.
Okay, any other questions from the delegates, from students?
Hello, Himanshu, you want to ask a question?
Yes, sir. So my question is that how to judge the depth of any research at the UG level and the use of software?
UG level.
Yes, Saurabh.
Yeah. So he's specifically asking about UG level. So, like a specific question is about softwares, right?
Yes,
If I'm
sir.
not wrong. Yeah. So yeah. So just find out which are the softwares are important while doing a research. In my case, I used to use GraphPad, Prism, and so many other softwares related to my research. So yeah, try to learn those softwares so that can help you while once you enter or while you enter in the research. So that's a good idea, I think. Yeah, but in UG level, just make sure uh, you are able to give more time to learn those softwares and try to learn from experts. That's a good idea.
Thank you, sir.
Or yeah,
Yes.
have you got my point? Like, yeah.
Yes, sir.
So yeah. So which softwares, just make sure that make a short list, like which are important. Just try to get advice from the experts.
So
What,
can you
like,
explain
and
the types of software?
software, as I said, like I used to use a GraphPad, Prism, so for bacterial growth curve assays. And softwares, like you can say, once you get entered into the lab, enter into the lab, so you will come to know, there are so many kind of machines, so many things you will be able to deal with. But before that, you have to uh, collaborate, communicate with expert, that so he or she can guide you specifically which are the essential things you need to learn before you go into the research. So make sure to communicate with. Communication is the best part, I must say. Instead of going blindly, it's communicate with the expert and get some idea, because at UG level we don't have much knowledge about research, to be honest, because I know the situation. So if you have that, that's a good thing. But make sure to get some advice from researcher or any expert related to your field. So that would be a great option, I must say. I think I tried to recover your query.
Yes. Yes, sir. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you. Over to ma'am. Ma'am, want to say something? You can.
I think you completely answered the question. I can't add more, just the communication is the most important matter. So they
Yeah.
will, yeah, they will easily can handle the laboratories project and increase their knowledge.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions from the delegates?
Hello, sir.
Yes, Suriteja, you can ask the question.
How to develop personality towards the research industry?
Sorry, come again. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, how to develop personality towards the research industry?
How to develop personality towards research? I do. Sir, I got a point, sir.
Yes, Saurabh, you
How
can
to
ask.
develop?
Yes,
How
Saurabh.
to develop a personality towards research industry means, like, personality development is, again, it's a personality development. Again, it's just find it out requirements of industries. They need, like, try to note down their requirements, like what type of candidate they need. So find out their qualification requirements. So you have to have, good personality in terms of you can you must communicate in English language. So this is the common requirement everywhere. So you have to be punctual, and that's it. I think this is the personality development. We can simply say this is the cohort of personal development, just to be active yourself.
Teamwork spirit is so important.
Yeah, work. Yeah.
It will distinguish you from others candidate if you have such experience. And as we are participating in internship periods, you can show this ability to the recruitment staff.
Yeah, just go thoroughly with their requirements and try to fulfill their requirements, and then you will be all right while facing interviews and their questions. If you get some history of the company, if when it has established, and get some general idea of company, what type of work has been performed or performing at the moment in that company or industry. So make note of all the things. So if they're gonna ask you question related to their companies or work, try to learn their work ethics, like what type of facilities they provide, and just make sure before approach to the industry or company. So this is a kind of personality development. Personality development, again, the basic things, perform, like your performance, language, how you dressed up, the main thing. In Australia, their main focus on grooming. So how you up to date yourself by wearing formal clothes, and hygiene. So these are the you can say part of personal development. In India, nobody talks about it in a detailed manner. So just these are the you can say parts of personal development. Just be up to date, be tidy, and just internal and external. There are two things: internal and external. Internal is language and everything. External, grooming and everything. That's it, I think.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so tomorrow also we are having the session. So I just request the students and the delegates, suppose if you want to interact. So tomorrow also we are having the question answer session. So you can just write us. We are already provided the mail ID, and apart from that, you can write it in the chat box also. But it is a simple request to the students that if they are interested to ask the questions, so directly they can ask the question. So are there any questions? Yes, Harshada.
Good afternoon to everyone. Sir, my question is that what are the simple steps or initial phase to kickstart your research work? Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sir, sir, my question is that what are the simple steps or initial phase to kickstart your research work?
I think ma'am, you can if you want.
Yes, Mazume, ma'am.
The initial step to start your research project, am I right? Is that your mean?
Yes, ma'am.
The initial step to, I think we talk about this issue a lot. This is the initial step of every research project, is to increase your knowledge, to read lots of journal articles, to gain information regarding that issue. then when you have information, you will choose one area, you will have one idea, and definitely you will find lots of articles related to your idea. There will be only some negligible differences that you are changing the previous idea. So you don't need to find everything from fundamental. There will be procedures that you can change it. So according to your knowledge from articles that you get, you can initially start your laboratories project by the way that the previous work has been done. Then you can add your idea to the research project.
Okay, so as in a personal opinion, I want to share the idea that suppose if you want to begin with the research, first of all, try to find out the problem. Suppose if you are familiar with the problem, then try to see that what solutions are currently available. And that can be done by the means of the literature, that you can use the different social media. That one of the fellow just asked that how we can use the social media. Yes, this is the way you can find out that what are the available solutions. In that also, suppose if you feel that solution is not perfect, then you can go in digging. And during this process, I believe that you can come across with the different technologies which are available, and by integrating at all these technologies, one day you can get the solution. So this is my perception, and I believe that most of the delegates present here, they agree with me.
Yes, fully agree, sir.
Oh, I think there are many questions in students' mind, but we are running out of time. So I hope will also I'm really respect the participants' enthusiasm. They want to interact with the delegates, but as we are running out of our time, so I'd like to ask one last question, so which is in a message box. So that what are the problems both of you faced during your research? You want to quote some specific problem that you faced during the research and that maybe frustrated you, or you just sometimes it happens. No, you are just getting frustrated with some problem. So any such a problem you faced during your research work specifically, and how you solve that?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
ma'am wanna tell? Yeah.
Okay, so sorry, may I answer? I remembered something. One of the biggest problems that maybe I encountered during my laboratory's experience, it was about purification method. You have sometimes problems that some materials are new and you have to find out how to purify them. By interacting via social media and asking other experts their ideas regarding to those materials, you will find out how to solve the problem.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So Saurabh, you want to say something?
Yeah, so problems is the biggest part of any research, so constantly you face the problem while doing research. So I face so many problems, you can challenges. I'm not saying that the problem, but challenges. My tests were not working properly, and I couldn't find a result as I expected. So these are the you can say common problems, but one should not um, demotivate, or one should not be sad. So one should find possible solutions. So I communicated, and I just met to my supervisor, and he gave me some specific ideas to sort out those problems. So every time you face the problems, so to make sure to take proper solution from the experts. Like there are two things while doing research and in personal life. So you can find challenges and problems. So I'm in abroad, so sometimes in my research year I was homesick, so I remember my families and everything. So these are as I think ma'am faces the same problem uh, as an international student. So everyone who is in abroad faces such kind of problems like homesickness and everything in personal life and in academic life. Yeah, while doing research, you are unable to get possible or required result. So these are the main thing. And yeah, that's it, the problems. But we have to find solutions to solve those problems. So one should think about solutions and just don't overthink about the problems. And if you want to go in research field, just set up your mind, then you are going to face problems and you have to face problems. So the research, we we planned our research, we designed our research, which methods we're gonna perform, which materials we're gonna perform. But sometimes due to some error, we couldn't get our expected results. So but then we changed our materials and methods a little bit, so we could able to find our desired results. So one should not run away from the problems. Just make sure to find out great solutions, and at the end you will be all right. And just I want to end up with this sentence. Thank you.
Thank you. Very nicely said. No
Thank you.
one should run away from
Away,
the
yeah.
problem.
Yeah,
We have to
yeah,
solve
yeah,
the
yeah.
problems. That is the basic
Yes.
gist of this message.
Yeah.
Okay. So Abhinandan sir, I think we already discussed many of the questions. There are so many questions are there, but with the due respect and apology, I think we'll stop here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, in future, if
Yeah,
any
all
time we
good.
get a chance, we'll call many more students and Saurabh and Mosmi also again for some programs, so
Thank
that if
you.
any questions are there again, they can be solved. Okay, thank
Yes,
you very
yes, sir.
much for very
Definitely, sir.
nice interactions, and this type of interactions are not happening. Students are having many problems, and you have
Yes,
spent
yes.
very valuable time of yours in the research. I really thank to you.
It's my pleasure, sir. And it was nice meeting you all. Thank you.
Okay, so here I just
Okay.
want to thank Mr. Saurabh Pise. I want to say धन्यवाद आल्याबद्दल, and
Thank you. आभारी आहे बोलवल्याबद्दल.
and I want to say thank you to Miss Mozumi Nazarabi saying that chokren or mercy.
Thank you so much. I'm grateful for giving me this opportunity, and thanks so much.
And special thanks to Shirish sir. It was nice meeting you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It is nice speaking to you also.
Yes, thank you so much.
Hope that each and every students and delegates enjoyed the session and communication with the students. Especially this was the first time we have tried to make an open platform for the interaction with the international students and the students all over the world by a direct word-to-word communication. Okay, so I thank all the delegates for being the part of this workshop. So over to you, Sneha ma'am, so you can continue with the part.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Sir, with your permission, can we conclude today's session?
Yes, madam, you can conclude now.
Okay, thank you, sir. I would like to thank all the delegates, panel members. Thank you very much for being with us for this international workshop. So we'll begin with tomorrow's session, and here we conclude today's session.
Thank you all.